Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to ask you to please take your seats. That would be much appreciated so that we can get started with this event. Okay, dearest audience, once again, good morning and a very warm welcome to this first of a kind project showcase organized by the European Health and Digital Executive Agency to mark World Cancer Day 2025. It's really great to see so many people joining us here on site, but also a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us online as well via the live stream. Great to have you too. And I've been told we're nearing 500, and that's really an impressive number. And I also think it's good to point out that we have a great variety amongst you. We have people that actually execute the projects funded by HaDEA, but also people from the European institutions, from national and regional health authorities, from focal and contact points from the national EU member states, but also members of the press. Really great to have you here. My name is Charlotte van Veldhoven-Geerdink, and I am truly humbled to be your master of ceremony today. And why is that actually the case? Because I think cancer is a very delicate topic to discuss. Cancer is actually the second leading cause of mortality in EU countries after cardiovascular diseases. And today's topic really touches the lives of many of people, but it does not have to define them. And that's very important to know. We are all familiar with the devastating impact of cancer on people's lives, health systems, and, of course, on society at large. And that is why cancer remains a top priority for the European Commission in the health domain, and therefore we believe it needs to deserve a lot of attention. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I'd like to run you through a couple of housekeeping messages. I'm sure you've seen we have a wonderful program for you in store today, but it's also very packed. We have panel discussions, a plenary discussion, we'll have testimonials, and that means that it's very hard for us to take any questions that you might have on board. So we'd like to urge you to really hold on tight to those questions, because luckily we have enough of networking opportunities for you during the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks, which gives you ample of opportunity to exchange with peers. And secondly, I hope you all have your badge. Can you please show me your badge? Perfect. I would like to ask you to keep on wearing your badge. The reason for that being that in this particular venue, there's also another event taking place so that we know at least that you're part of this event. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, I really look forward to today and listen to all the different discussions that we will witness that will shed light into the projects and policies to beat cancer at the EU level. Well, that is enough talking from my side for now, and to officially welcome us from the European Health and Digital Executive Agency, HaDEA, I'm truly happy to welcome to the stage Marina Zanchi, the director of HaDEA. Ms. Zanchi, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much, Charlotte, for the nice introduction, and good morning to everyone. A warm welcome from my side as well to all the participants here in the room together with us and connected online. We are grateful that you responded so enthusiastically to follow this project showcase event that our agency, HaDEA, has organized today, the World Cancer Day. We wanted to mark the importance of this day. And I wish to thank from the beginning all the speakers, all the moderators that are making this event possible. As director of HaDEA, the European Health and Digital Executive Agency, I am particularly proud of this event because the projects we manage, we are making substantial contributions to Europe's efforts to beat cancer. And when I say projects, I don't refer only to the speakers that will take the floor today and they will represent different projects. I'm also referring to those in the audience that through their participation in this event are showing the importance of being united when dealing with cancer. And this is fundamental also because the World Cancer Day 2025 marks the first year of the United by Unique campaign, calling for people-centered approach to cancer care. Indeed, cancer is more than just a medical diagnosis. It's a deeply personal matter. And behind every diagnosis lies a unique human stories of grief, of pain, healing, resilience, but also love and more. And for this reason, when we structured the program of this event, we have decided to introduce testimonials before each panel discussions. And I'm grateful to have testimonial here today with us. And I wish to thank them all for taking their time and willingness to share their unique stories. All the testimonials are involved in our projects, and therefore their personal stories are a great way to amplify the impact of these actions. Showcasing the impact of our projects is extremely important for HaDEA because we are managing a very high number of projects on cancer. And I give you some numbers. In particular, I put together the two main programs dealing with health, U4Health and Horizon Europe, the cluster health. And combined for the period up to now, 21-24, HaDEA has been managing 167 grants and 18 procurement, all of them on cancer, for a total amount of 1.2 billion euro of EU contribution. And this is a tangible proof of a huge investment made by Union on cancer, and HaDEA is managing all these. All these projects are actively contributing to the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. You know there are four main pillars: the prevention, early detection, diagnosis and treatment, and quality of life and survivorship. And this explains when we structure the panel discussions, we wanted to mirror these four main pillars of the plan. Moreover, the EU mission on cancer, foreseen under the program Horizon Europe, is a major component of the EU's investment in cancer research and innovation, joining forces with the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan towards common objectives. The projects funded under EU Mission Cancer allows us to use the new technologies, innovative solutions, and scientific progress to better address cancer across the entire disease pathway. And this is explained why it is important for us to make the link between the projects and the key policy priorities of the Commission to ensure feedback based on results of the projects, based on data. Soon we will hear more from the Director General of DG Sante, Sandra Gallina, and the Deputy Director General, Joanne Drake, how we are working together, HaDEA and the Commission services, to ensure that we really maximize the impact of the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and EU Mission on Cancer. And thanks again to both for being here with us today. Addressing the complexity of cancer also implies accelerating the digital transformations. Nowadays, we cannot have new systems if you don't have the correct and the modern digital systems. And in this respect, the deployment of digital technologies and artificial intelligence, we talk a lot nowadays of artificial intelligence, is becoming more and more important in cancer treatment and in cancer care. And this is why, in line with the name of our agency, we are fostering synergies between health and digital components. And synergy somehow is also embedded in our own title, Health and Digital, and is embedded in our mandate to manage, because we manage each program to manage each program and each project, isolated from the others programs or the unions, does not help, because I'm fully convinced that the silo thinking is not an ally of efficiency gain. On the contrary, we need to leverage the investment of you and ensure the right connections between the different parts of our programs, joining the dots between different projects and communities of stakeholders. In today's event, we address this need of cross-sectorial collaboration, and we foresee the participation of projects from other EU funding programs, also managed by HaDEA, but beyond EU4Health and Horizon Europe. And in particular, I'm referring to the Connecting Europe facility, the strand dedicated to digital, that through telecommunication infrastructure is significantly contributing to the transformation of healthcare systems. For instance, the high-capacity 5G networks are allowing personalized breast cancer diagnosis already in a very early stage, and also remotely through the robotics. Another key program is the Digital Europe program that supports testing and deployment of AI solutions for cancer and funds training programs to enhance the digital skills of the healthcare professionals. And beyond the projects that HaDEA manages directly from the Digital Europe program, we thought it was important to give visibility also to a project managed by DG Connect and related to the European Cancer Imaging Initiative, which is one of the flagship of the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. And I'm confident that my colleague sitting here, Christian, will elaborate more on this in the plenary session. And thanks again for being here. I hope that through this short introduction, I was able to provide you with the key elements of the narrative that underpins this showcase event. Let me conclude with a reflection. Cancer concerns all of us in one way or another one. If we were not affected directly, we might have a person in our family, a friend, a colleague that has been experiencing cancer. And when cancer occurs, we don't put life on hold, but we live through it, step by step and day by day. And I believe that by pulling together our passion, commitment, and the positive energy coming from you in the room, testimonials, project representatives, and my colleagues from HaDEA, from the Commission services, we are really demonstrating today that we are all united to beat cancer. So this event is an instrumental to showcase that also thanks to the EU funding programs, hope becomes tangible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Zanki Di Marina, for your very insightful speech. And I think it shows you very well that when we talk about United by Unique, HaDEA is also very unique in what you do, bringing together, really creating those synergies between the different programs, but more importantly, really tackle the whole disease pathway, which is, of course, in the interest of the patient. Ladies and gentlemen, also HaDEA, of course, is an executive agency working together with other bodies within the EU institutions. And we must say that also the Commission is a major driving force in the fight against cancer. And therefore, it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage from the Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, Director General Sandra Gallina. The floor is yours.
So, hello, good morning, and to the despair of my colleagues, I will try to read the speech because, in general, they write and I don't read. Today, I will try to be a bit more disciplined. So, no cross-pollination, bear your badge, but I would say struggling around, it's good because, there are other HaDEA events. I would not have missed this event, Marina, for anything in the world, because someone for which I worked many, many decades ago, used to say, a policy without money is a policy without legs. This was none other than Jacques Delors. So money is instrumental to achieve our fundamental objectives in Europe, which is trying to beat united cancer, for instance, in this case. So 4 years ago, I remember we had the first event and we launched the, the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. I can tell you a lot of money, and a lot of money that needs to be well spent. So we are very proud as DG Sante and HaDEA to try to push a cart which is very heavy, but also to try to make it meaningful. Now, there is an element I want to quote to you, which is the fact that results in the domain of health, you cannot get them. You know, when I get people asking me about an indicator 1 year immediately after the investment, I say, you know, we're talking about patients here. Patients, you can see the result in 5 years' time, 10 years' time. So let me say to you, it's very important that we bear in mind what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the health of people. We are investing a lot of money. But to make a difference, this requires continuity. This requires not to be an ad hoc thing, which is the purpose of this program. This program, by the way, is supported by my good friend Roberto Viola with the digital part, Lemaitre in RTD, and I would say other DGs like DG Grow are trying to participate, but I would say Horizon Europe with the Mission Cancer, Cancer Mission is really important. So a lot of money, and I hope it's all well spent because we want to beat cancer. This was not written in any place of my speech. But I think it's important that you know that I'm very proud of HaDEA, and it's really an agency of excellence. Now, we have been using the EU for Health program money. We have been using, I would say, the research money of Horizon Europe, and it's very important I remind you that the colleagues of Horizon Europe are really very dedicated to this cause, as much as my team. My team for this cancer, I would say, projects mainly sits in Luxembourg, but you know we have cooperation from all my DGs, so there are ramifications that struggle back to Brussels, and I would like to thank them all. I would say it's a real pleasure to have them here. I see Philippe sitting here. Matthias, I don't see him here, but must be somewhere in the, and then Antonio, who has joined the crowd. But, you know, Sigrid also here sitting. I can quote you dozens of people, but, you know, cancer is really a mission for us. It's really something we feel very deeply. We have, I would say, member states also investing a lot of money. I'm very proud to see a lot of nice faces. I want to mention Walter here because he has been leading the effort, you know, in the cancer mission. But I would say it's important that you also mingle with the experiences of member states because they are at the forefront of what is happening. Then there is the cancer community. The cancer community, I would say, it's important that we have the testimonials because I think there's nothing more moving, and I can tell you at every Cancer Day for 4 years now, I have been listening very carefully to their stories, and they are stories of people that don't want the disease to eat their lives. Their lives are their lives. They don't want to be, I would say, eaten by the disease. I was reading Princess Kate's words yesterday, and it's exactly always the same thing. They don't want to be recognized as cancer. No, they are people that have their lives. We need to be lucid that, you know, these things require money. We will soon publish a review. I would say it's imminent. So stay tuned during the day. You will get the review on the cancer plan. And, you know, this review will confirm to you that implementation is underway, that many things that you will be hearing here today are happening, and they are happening much to the satisfaction of those who should be the beneficiaries. Now, we can always do things better, but let me say to you, I was very happy with the results of the review. We have, under the EU for Health, I would say budget, we have 45 cancer-related projects, which is not small. So we need to be very much aware that this was also trying to go after the different needs. In Horizon Europe, we have also a lot of support, but I would not forget to mention the European reference networks. Now, European reference networks are dealing with some of the most intractable parts of cancer, which is always good to remember. You will listen to many experiences and descriptions of projects, so I think it's very important that you get the direct experience. Now, 4 stages that we use a bit to divide the moment when we deal with cancer. So we have prevention for sure, we have the early detection issue with the screenings, and we have then diagnosis, treatment, but then the final point is quality of life and survivorship. So prevention. It may be already very well known to all of you here, but it's good to remind people who are online that, and perhaps, you know, are listening to this because they thought it was an interesting event. Well, 40% of cancers are preventable. So, you know, if prevention could help you, well, please take a deep breath and just go through what is a modicum of prevention. Prevention, you know, has several projects behind it. I will not mention them all. I will mention one which is called PERCH, a joint action PERCH. Why am I mentioning it? Because it's trying to have, I would say, also an angle of updating the routine vaccinations. Some of the vaccines can be prevented, can help preventing cancer. You know, I don't need to mention papillomavirus every morning, but, you know, people should think about this. The aim there would have been to have 90% of the girls and an increasing percentage of boys vaccinated. Let's hope we are making way. Remember that last year we had a council recommendation on all these vaccine-preventable cancers. The second part, as I was saying, is the screening. For the screening, you know, we would like to have, I would say, an offer of screening in every member state. It's a big aspiration, but, you know, that covers 90% of those eligible to the screening. And here we have a certain number of cancers. Many of you are familiar with them. We have a joint action which is called EU Cancer Screen, which has, I would say, a 31 million budget. Now, we would like to improve, I would say, not just the traditional screenings that we have had, which were mainly focusing on female cancers, but we would also like to push the lung, the prostate, and the gastric cancers. Now, this is the addition with the new recommendation. So, again, a tall order for the health systems, but one that is worth pursuing because, you know, treating a cancer early is also economically more viable for the systems, which is a point that we should not miss. Finally, a third and the fourth stage. So the third stage is diagnosis. And here I would say I was listening very carefully to what Marina was saying about digitalization, research, innovation. I will not repeat all that I have here, but I want to mention one element. We put 90 million euros onto, I would say, a project which is very dear to me, which is a European network of cancer centers. Now, a lot of debate around these cancer centers. I would say multidisciplinary, how should they be run, private, public, this, that, and the other. But in the end, what matters is that really we want to have every member state having a reference poll for cancers. And I think that this is an action that is never well publicized. You know, it's really very important to have these centers. So I skip many things and I go to the fourth point, which is the one which is more intractable than the others because it requires actions that are quite difficult to organize through bureaucratic structures like ours. And it's the quality of life of the survivors. Here we have psychological, social aspects because, you know, a disease like this makes an impact in your life. So it makes an impact also in the way you go to work and how you continue your life. And here I would say that one of the projects is this EU network of youth cancer survivors. So I'm really very happy to have again, I would say, testimonials from them. I was at very moving events because, you know, these are people that had cancer when they were very young. This afternoon there will be an event which is a youth policy dialogue which will be run by my commissioner, Commissioner Varhelyi, in Borchet, where there will be many of these testimonials. So I would say you stay tuned with your events here, but if you can, web stream and look at what is happening in Borchet, it would be good. So I summarized a bit what I wanted to say today, because I think it's not about words, it's about action. So it's the money, the action. This is the pole of action of cancer for us. The policy is a good one, so we need to put the money where our words are. So it's good to see many of you here. I sense that there is a strong support for this action, which I repeat is multifaceted. So we had our EU for Health, but we had also Horizon Europe, and we also have, I would say, support from digital, which is invaluable, because without that we would not be making, I would say, the real advances that we need. Now, you can count on the Commission, you can count on my services on keeping the ambition up, on keeping, I would say, this actions going. What is very important for us is to know that we are doing things which are useful, which are money well spent, which is a good thing. When it is well spent, it produces good effects. So thank you to you all, and thank you to Charlotte for introducing the next panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, also for your kind words and for the wonderful opening, also alluding to the fact, of course, that it's very important that we keep that focus on the stories, because the stories really count. But before we can get to the stories, of course, we need the right policies and programs. You already alluded to it with the 4 key action points, but we go more into depth, ladies and gentlemen, onto what is going on in the field of policy and programs here at EU level. And for that, I'm very happy to be in a very unique position, because I'm supported by some excellent moderators of the panel discussions today. So I'm therefore really pleased to now hand over the baton for the first discussion, reflecting on crucial policies and actions to beat cancer. So I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Philippe Roux, Head of Unit of DG Sante, and his esteemed panelists as well. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Am I supposed to be alone now here? No, I'm supposed to moderate here. And Sandra well introduced it all. I think all the work that launched 4 years ago, as Sandra, you rightly said, was full of energy, of a small team, and then involved a number of other actors across the Commission and beyond the Commission. And this is why I would want the panelists already to join me here. I mean, the only one who will be late, I think, is Sandra. And yes, someone is, no, but don't show me all these many help that we have here. The technology is a problem to me more than a help. So, and I also need to take the mic better. So I'm really the worst moderator ever. Oh, so you made it. Okay, so good. So now that I can sit, Sandra has said it all, I think, on the importance of, for us, of having at the same time actions, policy visions, and all actors from, I would say, international level to the patient themselves. And I think that was well said by my DG. And it's really important to keep in mind that all these synergies are very important. As you have heard, the plan itself is really on the way. I mean, we have, in 4 years, being able to launch a vast majority of the initiatives that were in the plan. So everything is either finalized or on the go. So which means that thanks to you all, and including HaDEA, of course, we have been able to launch initiative and hopefully well spend our money, because that's indeed an important element for us money, for someone who is here in the Commission since 30 years, it's clear that having so much financial capacity for health was incredible to us, and it is for us to prove that with money we can make really the difference. So, and we seem to be in the right direction for that. First of all, as I said, what is important for this session is discussing a number of coordinations that we have been able to put in place, and the key actors from the Commission to international that have been able to help us through this important piece of work. So I think the first one, which for me is very important, of course, and it has been mentioned, is our cooperation with DG RTD. I think the co-governance approach, thanks to the mission and our group, the subgroup on cancer, and the different cooperations we have been able to put in place have been certainly instrumental to the success so far, and also to have research that can be directly applied to our policy developments was also very crucial. So I think if there was one first thing I wanted to mention in this one, and also because it goes beyond, because RTD is one, but it goes to DG Connect, it goes to our Joint Research Center, and so on and so on, and a number of them are actually represented here today. So shall I start by presenting the panelists now, because I think I'm very short in time. So Joanna Drake.
Good morning.
Very well known, the Deputy Director General in RTD. I mean, you have been a leading force, I would say, into the work on the missions and on the cancer mission, and I'm very grateful for that. We'll have also Christian Kitterton de Viron, Acting Director General for Communication Networks, Contents and Technology, so our DG Connect. It's easier for me, I mean, to say Connect. I have to admit, from DG Connect. Also, important and crucial initiatives you will see and hear for us, and really important initiative. Sandra Caldera, who knows that I'm a dinosaur because we know since long. Head of Unit Disease Prevention in the Joint Research Center, who has also been instrumental in, not her, but a team has been instrumental into achievement so far. And of course, Walter Riccardi, who is chair of the EU Mission Board for Cancer. And as Sandra said, you have had a very important role in helping the missions to serve the purpose of the cancer plan too. And last but not least, in my list of panelists, Elisabeth Weider-Past, who is a director of IARC, from WHO, and a WHO agency which is very special, and that goes far beyond the EU borders, but with whom we cooperate a lot, and I'm very pleased to have you on board. So, a first question perhaps now to you, Joanna. As I said, we have been working together, and that created an unprecedented, I think, in the Commission coordination and cooperation in developing actions in the field of cancer. What is interesting perhaps to the audience from you would be if you could share with us your views on what made it possible to deliver and sustain the cancer research at the service of our health policies. And also a couple of words on the cancer missions that were created to foster synergy between us, and if you can elaborate more on how the cancer mission contributed to this ambitious goal, please.
Thank you very much, Philippe, and also I would like to thank you for the very lovely words that you said about the team, the cancer team. And from here, I would like to start already by acknowledging the very hard work, both the team in RTD and also in the team in Santé, as well as HaDEA, of course, have put together to really make it happen. And I think you spoke about momentum. Where is momentum? What has it achieved as a mission? And the way forward from that. And I'll have a couple of words to say about that. First of all, I think we all know that even if cancer is probably something that not only do we know about, but sadly a lot of us have lived through ourselves or people around us, still it is really purging Europe and the world. And it's still, the diagnosis and the numbers are really on the upward trend still, especially in pediatrics, but also in young people, but even in general, with rarer cancers coming around. So, of course, there was a huge political call and public call, I would say, for the axis, if you like, to come together and for a momentum to be achieved. It's one thing throwing money at cancer research, which, by the way, I'm in no way implying that this should somehow be slowed down, not at all. But it's another thing if that money comes together with anchoring that in policy and making the difference with legislation, and not only legislation, but implementation and actually, national policies and national initiatives coming together, even maybe regions coming together at different parts of Europe itself. And this is, I think, what lies behind the mission. So a strong political call, a strong action, actually anchored in policy, actually anchored in making the difference really on the ground. But this means a different way of governance. And Philip, I'm really happy that you referred to the fact that it has brought about a difference in the way even the Commission and the different parts of the Commission work together, including also the agencies. And I think this is how our mission has, I think, been quite a good example in the way that, the Europe Beating Cancer Plan and the mission, with the funding within the framework of Horizon Europe, has come together to really not only detect where the next, big research, but also difference in cancer diagnosis, cancer treatment, and in the end also how to make the difference in people's lives, or for those who actually survive cancer and the ones around those who have survived cancer, can actually come together and work together. And I think this is the whole point. Now, has it made a difference? Yes, it has made a difference. Not only has it made a difference between the way we work together and we actually try to mesh our working and thinking and planning and making it happen on the ground, even as simple as, what are the topics that we put in the work program? How do we make it happen? How do we communicate? What do we communicate? Which are the communities that we're trying to reach out to? Like I mentioned, the survivors, especially the young survivors. Why have we made this really an objective as well of the cancer mission? Because it is where we feel that, we really need to make the difference on the ground. So that is one thing. The other thing is that it has also brought the different ministries on the ground, as you know, Philip, as well, because of, in a way, the example that we have set. But it's not because we were really like shining about this. It's because it was really practical and pragmatic to do so, and efficient to do so. Even on the ground in the member states, the different ministries of research and health have also come together. And I think the way forward is in this way. You might say, but where are the results? How are you addressing the objectives of the 3 million people whose lives you want to make better? Well, we're on our way. It is a decadal mission. And the whole point now that we're in the context of FP10 being the next framework program, which is being, conceived, designed, I don't know what to say at the moment, probably politically thought of and thought about in the highest political class, but also, of course, a proposal will be tabled together with the context of the budget of the Commission later on. We need to make sure that halfway, or not even halfway through this decade of the missions, of the life of the missions, not only do we continue and in order to achieve the goals, which, by the way, is mentioned in the mandate of the Commissioner for Research and Innovation, but also we have to make sure that the cancer plan, which has been assured as well, will also be implemented. So we are in the era of upscaling. We want to upscale in Europe. We want to encourage startups. We want to upscale the effect and the results of what the mission could actually achieve, not only in the decade, but also in the time to come. So we want to amplify the momentum, and we want to bring about the tangible impacts that we have dreamt about and we want to hope for going forward.
Thank you very much. You indeed put the fingers where things are important in the success we have had so far. And perhaps shall I prolong by asking to Walter Ricciardi, who is chair of the EU Mission Board for Cancer. How is Cancer Mission integrating research and innovation into practice and to develop new solutions and improve life of our citizens? And how do you think on how does underpin how it underpins the goals of the cancer plan? So how have you supported it?
Europe realized approximately 8 years ago, practically, that there are some challenges that cannot be tackled in the way that they were taken in the past, because they are so important, so ambitious, so difficult to manage. I mean, climate change, cities, connections and neutrality, water, food and agriculture, and cancer. So that decision was that this had to be approached in a different way. More of the same is not the answer. And one of the most important that we have to acknowledge, the Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Kyriakides, is that rather than creating two different boards for the mission and for the European Bidding Cancer Plan, relied on the expertise of 40 people, 15 from the board members of the missions and 26 from the Assembly, the General Assembly, some of the best, not only science, because the very important thing was that all the stakeholders were involved since the very beginning. Of course, scientists, of course, professionals, of course, managers, but also, in particular, two categories that were in the past excluded from the very beginning, citizens and patients and industry. So we included all this point of view in the proposal, and the proposal was essentially coherent from the research point of view and from the policy point of view. So essentially what we did is to propose some concrete recommendation, taking into account not only to create, of course, a fundamental research in the advancement of knowledge for cancer, but also in transferring this knowledge to practice. And I think we are achieving, because with the more than 100 meetings that we had in all member states with the patients and with the citizens in their own national languages, because of course patients want to express their feeling in their own national languages, really made a difference. And the relationship we had with the Parliament, and I want to really pay tribute to MEP Trillet-Leloir, was very important. So all the stakeholders were involved. That makes not only a dream of having research published on very important paper, but solutions to patients. And I think this is happening. And if this is happening, it's only because Europe, with its value, with its approach to health and healthcare, is making a difference.
No, thank you, Walter. I think you point also to something very important, which is, which was, I didn't say it, but of course it's obvious. It's whatever we do is at the service of our citizens, and that is very important indeed, to have been able to involve also patients and also our citizens into the debate and the discussion. And perhaps in the same vein, at the other level of very high importance for us, perhaps Elisabeth, on your side, I think you are representing more than the EU, I would say, and perhaps it would be interesting for the audience to perhaps have your own views on how the work you were doing has been instrumental and also helpful in the implementation so far of the EU Beating Cancer Plan. Please.
Thank you so much, Philippe, for this important question, and good morning, participants in plenary and also online. Yes, indeed, sometimes it's not evident what are the interlinks between the international community as a whole working on cancer, and particularly cancer research, and the working in the European Beating Cancer Plan and in the Cancer Mission. In fact, the interactions have been extraordinary. and the priorities that were defined in the Beating Cancer Plan, reflecting the cancer mission, and in the WHO global plans for cancer control, as well as in the International Agency for Research on Cancer priority for this decade. And this alignment is really very powerful because it makes us walk on the same line towards the same goals. And I think this is the first line, maybe, the first time that this has happened in the history of these large organizations. And I'll just give you a few examples where this is reflecting quite concretely. For example, in the Global Cancer Observatory. I guess this audience knows that GRC and other colleagues are working with cancer registries in Europe. But the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the International Agency of Research on Cancer are collating this data with international data worldwide from all cancer registries, worldwide population-based cancer registries. And this information shows not only incidence, mortality, but also survival, where the trends are going and where are the priorities for research and for policy. And this is absolutely crucial to guide decision-making investments in policy and in research. There are other examples that I would like to to showcase. For example, the research and the policy on screening. This is a priority, screening and early detection for the mission, for the Beating Cancer Plan, but also for WHO and IARC. And in this sense, the researchers and the community is working hand in hand to advance the agenda, not only implement what we know should be implemented right now, but also to do more research, to show where are the limits and where we can do better to detect more early and treat more early to avoid the consequences in not only mortality, but in the quality of life. And we can go on and on. But I think the strong message is what we do in Europe matter worldwide and vice versa. And international organizations such as the World Health Organization and the International Agency for Research on Cancer have a crucial role to play, but we do need to continue work hand in hand with the Beating Cancer Plan and the Cancer Mission.
No, thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you for all the work your agency is doing, because indeed it has served a lot, and I can witness myself. I've been visiting you, and I've been impressed by the work of the researchers there, and I'm sure that they will continue to contribute a lot to the cause here we are working on together. And perhaps speaking of the importance of registries, Sandra, may I turn a bit to you, because you have played an important role in the process we did put in place with the Cancer Inequality Registry, which actually we released, I think we released yesterday, the second edition. So, and perhaps you could tell us more on how the registry was created and the effort to put together the different sources, because that's also a challenge, because they are different sources of data, and they are indeed a number of information available, but somewhat difficult to access because they are here and there. And in the context of this work, I mean, I think we tried together to change that. So can you please share with us, and also how the project financed by HaDEA, because in a way we are here also for that today, how they've been instrumental also to that goal.
Thank you, Philippe, for the question, and good morning to our audience. And I have to smile inside and also outside when you ask me about the Cancer Inequalities Registry, because you were part of the birth and the idea of the... Yeah, now, yes. So again, thank you for the question, and good morning to the audience. And I was just saying that I have to smile when Philippe asks me about the Cancer Inequalities Registry, because he was part, and his team were part of the birth of the Inequalities Registry. So I'm happy to be the voice today, but it's really it's a commission story, the one of the Cancer Inequalities Registry. So we started it because there was the need to have something that could actually make visible the inequalities that we have in many areas of cancer care, of cancer prevention, of our living environments. And as Philippe says, the idea was really to have one place where the data that could demonstrate these inequalities was visible. So we have the European Cancer Information System, and we work with that. Elizabeth already mentioned it, where we really showcase all the burden indicators, the cancer burden indicators, so again, mortality, incidence, etc. But the inequalities registry goes further. It really looks at all the type of cancer data that we have around the cancer sphere and analyzes it through an inequality lens. So, for example, for countries, we have really quite a lot of indicators. There's around 90 indicators in the inequalities registry. Many of them can be analyzed by country. We're actually looking into having more disaggregated so that you could even look by region, and this goes a little bit in line with what Joanna just mentioned. And yes, you know, we can't collect all this data. So actually, this data is the community's data, and it's of many, many, many stakeholders, many of whom are sitting here. So Philippe just mentioned the release of the country cancer plans yesterday. So these are prepared by OECD, and they are displayed in the Inequalities Registry website. And again, it's another tool by which countries can look at their strengths and at their weaknesses, and they know also where to go for support. And it just helps in the prioritization of all this funding. And we've also heard, you know, you have to put your money where the action is needed. So along with OECD, we work a lot also with IARC in the Inequalities Registry to showcase socioeconomic and education inequalities. I know we have colleagues from the youth dialogue here today. So we also made a big effort actually to have more data on youth and childhood cancer. So with SIOP, we work to have indicators on access to pediatric cancer medicines and also to clinical trials. There's really many organizations with whom we worked with, and of course within the Commission and with our agencies as well. So EEA with environmental data that again links to other missions, with ECDC for a lot of the vaccine preventable cancers. So yes, this is how, you know, we use all the knowledge that the communities generate to display it, and we hope that in this manner we give more voice really to the inequalities and to feed a positive cycle of funding and targeting the inequalities and the vulnerable populations that need action.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And I think there is one element which perhaps one needs to keep in mind is that as you said, data, we collect data that already exists, so we don't generate new data, but we generate new knowledge. And that is very interesting because out of existing data, putting it together helps us creating new knowledge. And that is something that we have now experienced a lot. And I think we proved that we can, by working all together, indeed produce more knowledge and go faster into finding the right solution. And perhaps coming back to you, Elisabeth, once more, I think I've said it's the synergy between the EU institutions and the international ones, such as EUROS and WHO, to fight cancer are very important. Perhaps would you be so kind to give us some elements on how you have been helping this?
Absolutely. What you said is so important. Data per se, just data is not knowledge. And I think the strength of the initiatives that all in this panel are representing here is the importance that, yes, collect data of very high quality, data which is comparable, and data which is reliable, but also to analyze and disseminate and use this data as much as we possibly can for the benefit of Europeans, patients, families, citizens, and of the world. And here, Europe is really showing the world the example. And if any continent, I would say, will pave the way of really base all political decision-making in science, it's Europe. It's us. For cancer, it's us, the institutions that we're representing in this room. And this is absolutely crucial. I would like to make a bridge back to the European Cancer Mission. And Walter is representing the mission here, not myself. But I mean, this is so important because in the mission, which is research and innovation, we have 18 priority areas, 4 transversal and many initiatives. And there are some flagships which make exactly what we are discussing here. How to collect data, but use data for knowledge. And one very important is the uncan.eu, understandingcancer.eu is a data platform that we Europeans have invested heavily to form, and now we are bringing it to maturity in the next years, and it takes time to start and finance and support such initiatives. The European Cancer Prevention Center, and I think we all have been benefiting for the knowledge that the data we collected are being reflected that. And other flagship projects, such as the network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures that also bridges research, innovation, and policy, and many other research and initiatives in each of the pillars of the European Cancer Mission and in the Beating Cancer Plan. So this is absolutely fundamental. Yes, data, but data collected for policy and for benefit of patients and used to base everything, and each investment we do needs to be based in science.
No, thank you very much, Elisabeth. Here you touch one element, of course, I have not yet mentioned, but which is also of importance. I'm trying to turn also on this side, but the system pushed me there. So it's not that I forget you. I know you're here too. But important, what is important to us is also in the Commission, as you well know, is how can citizens trust our data and how can our data be safe? And it's my pleasure to turn to Christiane here on that, because we have, of course, with you immense and important and ambitious projects that are going on the cancer field. How, from your perspective, would you consider that we can ensure digital privacy and security, for example, against cyber attacks that are so common now, when dealing with data from patients with cancer, because that's an important element for us, please.
Thank you very much, Philippe, and also thank you very much for having us here at this event. I think, of course, overall, we know that when it comes to digital transformation, the trust of our citizens is absolutely essential and fundamental. We have seen it many times. If we come forward with ideas and solutions that citizens don't trust, the uptake is not there. And of course, there's nowhere where this is even more true than when we're talking about use and reuse of health data. Because of the very, very strong links, of course, to personal data here. So when we're looking at it, this is one of the key areas where we're working very hard to improve the security and the privacy. And I think the framework that we have elaborated now with the health data space is already a really good start, because it introduces security criteria for both the primary and the secondary use. We, of course, also within Digital Europe, we have 4 big digital infrastructure projects. So, you know, the cancer imaging, but there's also genomics, virtual human twins, and intensive care unit data. And here as well, of course, we have ensured that in all the work we do, security, but also privacy by design is a fundamental part of how we're working on this. And then the question is that enough? And here I will pivot a little bit, because in the directorate we deal with digital health, but as you also said, we're also the directorate for cybersecurity in the Commission. And I think you will have seen that actually the very first deliverable of this college, of this Commission, was an action plan on cybersecurity of health and healthcare providers. And this is not by coincidence, because when we're looking at it, we see that cyber criminals in particular are really going for our data, the health data. They're targeting it, immense increase in ransomware attacks against this, whether it's in research institutes, whether it's in hospitals, throughout the whole chain, we've seen a big increase in attacks on this. And this, of course, undermines the trust of people. And that's the reason why it was a political priority for the president herself that we come forward with this action plan, which we have just delivered, and where you will also see a number of actions that both focus, of course, on strengthening security in hospitals, but we're also taking a much more fundamental look at our supply chains, at the technologies we use, at the products we use, to make sure that this is really up to scratch. One of the things we're working on together with our great colleagues in DG Santé, who are, of course, co-leading with us on this, it is to make sure that we harden our systems as much as possible. Because I think the good thing that both cybersecurity and health has in common is that prevention is better than the cure, as we like to say. And here there's a lot of important work to do to make sure that security is really built in at the very, very early stages of everything we do when we're dealing with health data. And this is a commitment, of course, that's on us from the cybersecurity part, but also one that we very much hope to see from the health community and from the research community. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I see that time is running against me now. And continuing on this topic of patient data safety and availability, I would like to turn back to Dr. Ricciardi. As we are aware, data availability, it has been said, is key to measuring results. And do you see this as a continuous challenge within the cancer domain on your side?
Absolutely, absolutely. And unfortunately, we are lagging behind. I have seen some experiences worldwide where other parts of the world have made a political choice in using this kind of data that can be discussed, and in some reasons I tend, of course, to avoid the approach that have the Americans, which provides the data in the private market, or China, where the ownership of data is in the hands of the government. But there are some models, such as Australia, there is a democracy where essentially the conciliation of data privacy with the use of data is a reality, because essentially what they have done is to create a state infrastructure to protect data privacy, but allowing the different states to use data in order to provide care. Take the example of the European Cancer Patient Digital Center. We have the money, we have the portfolio, we have worked to create this, to provide the same possible approach to every cancer patient in Europe, but we are stuck because we cannot use data. And recently I was shocked to see what India has done in this domain. So there is more digitalization of data in a rural part of India than in the heart of Frankfurt. That is essentially the difference. We have the knowledge, we have the possibility to provide this kind of services, but we are stuck. And together with Elisabetta, we have discussed with the Parliament and with the Commission to speed up the process, because in the future we may have the same risk for information and communication technology. Now we work with American data, with American platform. In the future, that could be also affecting the health sectors. And when it comes to cancer, is a problem.
No, thank you for that. I think the fact that we know it is already an immense start, because before we did ignore that, and no one would have dared to say that in India there is more than there is in Europe. And the fact that we now know, but I'm also very proud of the security that we want to put in place. So we need to find, of course, the right balance between these two elements, also to protect our patients, because that's a very important concern we have. But let's be back on positive elements, and I think here I would want to give back to you, Christian, the floor for a minute on the Cancer Imaging Initiative, which is for us an immense contribution to the plan itself. And I would want you perhaps to share with us, if you could share with us if there is still a lot to achieve, or if we have well progressed already with this key initiative.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So indeed, it is one of our flagships in the Beating Cancer Plan. And at the very center of it, we have, of course, the Cancer Imager platform, which we're developing. And I think it's really a great example of how we're bringing together the different strands. We have a lot of great research results that came out of Horizon 2020. And now we're really bringing them to life, bringing them to deployment. So for me, this is really an excellent example of how we can bring the digital and the Horizon work programs together to deliver concrete. So basically, I think we all know that we need a lot of standardized, high-quality, interoperable data in order to do AI solutions. And when it comes to data imaging, the data has to come from the clinical settings. It has to represent different populations, so we can do the replicable and reliable results. And that's really what we're trying to do here, of course. So make sure that our researchers, our innovators, and our clinicians have access to this data. So the question is, how is it going and what needs to be done? So I asked the team that, and I got a whole list. But I only have a few minutes, so I'll be brief. So basically, step one, we need to make sure that this is fully integrated into the ecosystem that we are creating by the HTS regulation. We also need to make sure that the mechanisms that are linking the data space and the computing infrastructure are actually worked out. And of course, then there is some remaining challenges also in the federated learning approaches that we need to address. So there is still some work to be done, but I can also guarantee you there's a lot of effort going into this right now. I will also make a little advertisement before I give back the floor, because as Sandra also mentioned in her opening, we are working very closely on the UCAIM project, and we're very grateful also to HaDEA that we will have an opportunity to discuss it more in the afternoon session. And of course, we will be having more discussions around this at the high-level event, which is taking place on Thursday the 6th here in Brussels at the Bochet. So there will certainly also be much more opportunity to discuss it there. Thank you.
No, thank you for you. And as you can see, we come slowly to very concrete elements in here and concrete initiatives with a very obvious result that will go to patients. And as you know, I mean, for us, I mean, it was a very exciting to work with DigiConnect because what we are clear about is the earlier you diagnose cancer, the more chance you have to cure cancer, and at a reasonable cost, both financially but also at human cost, because we have been seeing how mental health of our citizens that are affected by cancer is in danger. So here, I mean, a lot of expectations, and it makes me turn now to you again, Sandra, because I think we have sort of naturally very often come back to you to try to help us making synergy between the different initiatives. And it's very true that you are our safe home. As you are part of the Commission, not everybody knows, but you are a Commission service. And to have such a service is for us great. So perhaps you could share with us some of the examples you have of the synergies that you have been able to put in place in the cancer sector.
Yes, thank you, Philippe. So our biggest effort really to foster synergies was the creation of the Knowledge Center on Cancer, and this was the first flagship of the Beating Cancer Plan. And part of the Knowledge Center on Cancer was, of course, to be a structure that would really allow for the scientific alignment of the many Commission activities that were ongoing and that were going to be funded. I mean, we saw this boom, Marina mentioned it this morning, we saw this boom coming of funded projects and actions and policies, and we wanted to make sure that we could foster the synergies between these. So the Knowledge Center has several pillars. I already told you about the Cancer Information System, I told you about the Inequalities Registry, so a lot of them are based on data, and with that we work with all the projects and with so many people in the community out there. I want to spend 1 minute today on one of the arms of the Knowledge Center. That's the Commission initiatives on guidelines for screening and diagnosis. Sandra also spoke about this today, and yesterday actually we launched our European Quality Assurance Scheme for breast cancer services. So this covers from screening to palliative care. It's a voluntary scheme for cancer or breast cancer services out there, and we have worked with many people here, and I'm sure in the online audience, and we are working now again also with IARC and with many other colleagues in EU-funded projects like SOLAS and TOGAS and UPRAISE to extend the concept and everything that we've been doing for breast cancer screening to the other cancer screening sites, as Sandra also mentioned this morning. But I think we soon realized that there was only so much that was humanly possible to track and do in so many projects that are being funded. And we also realized that it's not only us, really, that want to foster synergies and build on each other's work. So one of the things that the Knowledge Center also did, and for which we've been getting really good feedback, was the Cancer Projects tool. And this we did with HaDEA. And they really were instrumental in building it all. It's available in the Knowledge Center, and basically it's just a search tool, but behind it are all the projects that have been funded, and you can not only find all the synergies between projects on the basis of topics, countries, etc., but really visualize them and then download all the information, all the contacts, and so on. So it's really something that I would encourage people to look at and to use, because I think it can be also very helpful in helping building this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm very sorry that the machine says to me I still have 2 minutes. So, but I want something, I can just say nothing, but I would want at least to have from each of you, starting by you, Joanna, one take-home message for the people in the room and online. A short one take-home message.
Let us continue building the momentum to make the difference on the ground. And I think, this idea, and which is implementable and driving a force to bring about the difference, especially on something that plagues us in Europe, which is cancer. We need to continue this approach and also upscale it. So let us continue the momentum.
I think I would say, if you're looking at the recipe for how to make really good AI, what you need excellent research, you need algorithms, you need high quality curated data, you need digital infrastructures and supercomputing and capabilities, you need a good regulatory framework, and you need, of course, security measures. And when we look at our efforts to use AI to beat cancer, we have all the ingredients to make a very, very successful outcome. So I would really say let's use them and advance this work.
Key message, reach out to us, to each other. I think there's so many, Walter gave a great talk on this at some point. There's so many needs out there to preserve our planet, to preserve our democracies. We really need to make the maximum we can out of the investments we have in the cancer area. And really these synergies is all about 1 + 1 being more than 2, and I think we can make it happen. So reach out, yes.
I think that in a world in turmoil, we have to keep cancer a social responsibility, because it's very difficult for a person to fight cancer alone. And if a person is left alone to fight that, and cancer is not deemed a social responsibility, we are going to have a problem. So let's keep it, and I think Europe can be the place where you can do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So cancer is a global challenge, and no single country can tackle it alone. So we need each other. The international community needs each other. And Europe can show the way, is showing the way, but only through sustained collaboration and investment we can tackle this challenge. So it's really a plea to continue investing in the Beating Cancer Plan, in the mission for the years to come. Thank you.
No, thank you, Isali. Thank you to you all. I think it was a challenge to try to cover all these international and European initiatives in such a short time. So thank you for having been so brief. My simple take-home message is we will continue under this mandate to put all of our efforts to achieve the goals of the Cancer Beating Plan. So clearly, we'll need to continue, and it's my pleasure to know that we'll continue with another number of concrete examples that proves how we have transformed our policy ideas into concrete and efficient initiatives. So thank you to you all, and thank you for your patience in the audience. And 1 minute 30 late.
Well done, Mr. Roux. Dear panelists as well, thank you so much for your contributions and for bringing this enlightening points also to the audience, because there's a lot of work that's already been done and still a lot of work to be carried out as well. And as mentioned before, if you might have any questions for any of the panelists, please feel free to join them during the coffee break, which is actually going to take place right now. The coffee break is in the room opposite to this one. So as said, really use this time as your excellent networking opportunity. Also for the people online, have a good break right now. And we'd like to welcome you back here in the room at 11:45. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to take your seats so that we can proceed with the next part of today's project showcase. Much appreciated. Okay, I'm happy to give you a couple of seconds and then we would really appreciate it to get started again. Thanks a lot. I hope you had a good coffee break. Also, for everyone online, great to have you back again. I hope you're fully energized for the second part of today before the lunch break and that you really had a lot of inspiring discussions and exchanges as well. As you know, we have so much more in store for you today. And as already mentioned before, we'll be having panel discussions, but also testimonials. And we're going to start today, this part, with the first testimonials. I would like to welcome to the stage Erik Briers from Europa Uomo and also the Praise You Project. And he will then be followed also by Erika Pataki from the National Karanyi Institute of Pulmonology from the SOLAS Project. Please give them a warm applause.
So hello. So this is prostate cancer. Let me go. So back. No, I have to go back one. You didn't respond immediately, you know. Are you moved? Okay. So let's get immediately into the horror of cancer. This is the reality. What you see here is 5 cancers, not chosen randomly. They are 3 cancers that we know and have screening for them. We have breast, we have colorectal, and we have cervical cancer, and we have lung and prostate cancer. Gastric cancer is not here. And then we see that these are all very important cancers. For prostate cancer, 500,000 men each year are diagnosed with prostate cancer in the EU 27. That's a huge number. That's more than the population of Luxembourg, and I think Malta. And there's a lot of death, 1 in 5. And to be honest, of these 500,000, 1/5, 20% is diagnosed with a metastasized cancer. So they know that they will never cure. Half of them will have a much lower quality of life for the rest of their life. Now, this is really how do you beat cancer? You prevent it. A cancer you don't have to treat. And this is what you can do. And this is what you then see. To the left, you have cancers that can be prevented extremely well, like the cervical cancer. Just a vaccination to papillomavirus, and it is done. There are exceptions. Lung cancer, 90%. And at the other extreme, at the bottom, we have cancers with 0% preventability. And that is prostate cancer, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way you can prevent it. You can be mean and lean during your life, you still can get prostate cancer. Same for brain tumors. If we apply this to these same 5 cancers, and we see that they all can come down with adequate preventive measures. Lung cancer could become a small cancer, 90% preventable, and to the left, prostate cancer, 0. It will remain a major cancer with the same lethality. Now, what's it about? Why? So we know now really that the only solution for a cancer where there is no prevention possible, where there is no warning signs, where there is no pain for a very low-scale cancer, you don't know you have it, then only prevention on a not prevention, screening at a population basis, risk-based, like EAU and Europa-WOMA propose, is useful. So what is the objective then of screening for prostate cancer? We want to find the cancers when curable. Today, less than 20% of the cancers are found in such a stage, and that is a drama. We want to decrease the number of metastases at first diagnosis. Today, 20%. That's gigantic. They are extremely expensive. Cure, 14,000 euros. Metastasis to death, 200,000 to 300,000 euros. And then we need to decrease the number of deaths. That can only be done by finding them in time and having the opportunity to cure them. And lastly, many of the cancers we find are low risk. They have to go into active surveillance because treating a cancer is a hard thing on quality of life. And I want to end, because this is prostate cancer, but I am myself a prostate cancer patient. I was diagnosed by chance when I was 50 years old. There was no sign. I had no pain, nothing, no blood in the urine or getting up at night. At 50, you usually don't have these things. But I had a high-risk cancer, and it was treated successfully. My surgeon is in the room. So 20 years later, I'm sitting here and talking to you because I'm not a patient who does not want to remember his disease. I want other patients to have the same chance in life, be detected early, but not by chance, but through screening. We need to have this done. We have praised you. In 1 year it will be over. But that is European level. And then the hard part comes. How shall we get this implemented in the member states? And that's not Europe's responsibility. That's where we as patients will have to work with clinicians and the politicians in our countries, in our regions. We want to get, sorry for the expression that is a little bit Brexit-like, we have to get screening done. I thank you for your attention.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to stand here, and especially difficult to do without being emotionally affected after Eric Beer, who has brought the voice of the patient on the stage and has set the bar high. I representing two platforms here today, the patient advocate and the healthcare provider as well, and I represent the Hungarian part of the SOLAS project funded under the EU for Health. And I would like to share with you the experiences and the challenges from this project. Do you some switch my? This one?
Yes, exactly. The green button, the green one.
Thank you.
Yeah, is it working?
Yes, thank you so much. You know, the main goal of the SOLAS project was to develop, test, and disseminate the tools that help to overcome identify the difficulties and address the health inequalities in the various European countries. The SOLAS project is a pilot screening program for the early detection, early diagnosis of lung cancer. We have developed a toolkit for an individualized approach to lung cancer screening in the nation, or the national level. Since the main pathological factor in this case is the smoking, involves the special focuses, the social deprived, the ethnic minority, the geographical remote, and the lung comorbidities in relation to the risk population. We have 3 pillars in the capital city and 2 other in the marginalized rural area. The criteria for inclusion is the history of smoking or the current active smoking status. We offer the possibility of cessation support to the still active smokers in the formal of the minimal intervention before the screening, and we have also used our quitline service after the screening. And in practice, it means the cognitive behavior change therapy via phone according to the WHO protocol, supplemented with pharmacotherapy if needed and possible. And I am a smoke cessation specialist actually, and this is the sensitive time window when the involved people start to take care of their health, good opportunity, without judgment, without stigmatization. An important feature is the invitation and involvement of the hard-to-reach population to the screening, for instance, those living in the rural area, which was one of the main goals of the Hungarian project. The project involves not exactly the older people, the middle-aged and the elderly people, exactly, who is living in the remote small settlements, often of the low socio-economical status, and the people of marginalized ethnicities, the realities that often coexist. And the involvement strategy for this was the additional training of the mediators and the ambassadors. I was the one of them who is trained at this mediators. This was nice pleasure for me. I met these amazing people. They are the trusted people who are already known and accepted in the given fields. They are in the daily contact with the neighborhood and the people who are living here, for example, social care workers and healthcare providers. And a CT truck was also involved. We brought the investigation directly to the population, making it easier to reach. This was a very important aspect, is alleviated the anxiety associated with the hospital environment. There is a lot of belief and fear in the people who is living there. I heard about the people die if they get to the hospital, they don't come out alive. And sometimes this happened after the COVID-19. This was the real experience, these fields. And these groups, the hard to reach, have many preconception and fears, false information about the disease and the follow-up treatments. The fear of cancer is very strong, deep feeling for almost everyone, everywhere. They would rather bury their head in the sand because these people have a built-up false image of the fields of health. If we want to change this attitude, this is the hard work, and maybe a project then spans generations. Changing this is at last as much as TASCA smoke cessation. We have a long way to go, but the work done under the SOLAS project is going in the right direction. I believe it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pataki, and again, thank you also, Mr. Bries, for your very inspiring and honest and very personal stories that you managed to share here with the audience. It's really impressive to see. And why is that the case? Because again, we learned that cancer, like every cancer case, is different, is unique. Nothing is the same. And I think what we've learned as well is that screening is so important. Some cancer forms can be prevented, but others unfortunately cannot, and therefore screening is important. And that is one of the topics of the panel discussion that we are going to have right now, where we talk about prevention, about early detection and screening. It is therefore my great pleasure to hand over to the next moderator, Anabela Isidro from the Agency for Clinical Research and Biomedical Innovation in Portugal, and also her esteemed panelists. Anabela, the floor is yours. Please give her a big hand.
So thank you very much. Good morning. It is an honor to moderate today's discussion on cancer prevention, early detection and screening, key priorities to in the fight against cancer. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the European Commission and HaDEA for organizing this important event and bringing together all the projects we fund. So we have so many projects funded and so rare opportunities to be all together. And also a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists that I will introduce in a moment. So today's discussion is particularly important because cancer prevention and early detection are among the most effective ways to reduce the cancer burden across Europe. We heard that already. Every advancement in this field, whether in public health policies, digital tools, innovative treatments, or community engagement, contributes to saving lives. What makes this panel so special is, as every panel, but I have to speak about my panel, is that it brings together diverse projects, all working under different European funding programs, but with a shared goal, ensuring that fewer people develop cancer and that those who do are diagnosed as early as possible. Each of our panelists represents an initiative that tackles different aspects of this challenge, from HPV vaccination, digital prevention tools, and behavioral changes strategies to mental health support and cutting-edge technology in hospitals. Despite the differences, these projects also have something in common. They rely on collaboration between researchers, public health authorities, hospitals, policy makers, and communities. They focus on best practices, learning from each other to implement solutions that can tackle or that can work across borders. They seek scalability and sustainability, ensuring that innovations we develop today become long-term solutions that benefit all European citizens. None of this would have been possible without the strong support of the European Commission through the programs like EU4Health, Horizon Europe, or the Connecting Europe facility. These initiatives provide not only funding, but most importantly, a framework for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and real impact on public health. Thanks to this support, we are seeing progress in making prevention and screening more effective, accessible, and inclusive. At least we hope to. But while we celebrate these achievements, we must also ask ourselves, what are the remaining challenges? Where do we still need to do better? And how can we align efforts across projects, sectors, and countries? In the next 15 minutes, we will explore these questions together. We'll hear insights from our panelists on what works best in prevention and early detection, how can we make strategies accessible to all populations, how to tackle behavioral and societal barriers, and how can we better align efforts across different European initiatives. This is not just a conversation about individual projects, it's also about how we, as a collective European effort, can move forward together. So I will start introducing our panelists, and I ask themselves to come as I introduce. So the first one I will introduce is Dr. Urska Ivanus. I hope I'm saying well the name. Dr. Urska is a MD and PhD, and especially in public health, focusing on cancer prevention and epidemiology. She is the director of the Slovenia Cervical Cancer Screening Program, ZORA, and at the Institute of Oncology in Ljubljana, and plays a key role in Slovenia's National Cancer Control Plan. She coordinates the EU-funded projects, including PERCH and EU Can Screen, and focusing on cancer prevention, and she has lots of other roles, but we cannot now go all through over it. The next panelist I will call is Dr. Ajiro Rapanu. Hello. She is a computer engineer and holds a master's degree in big data analytics from Athens University of Economics and Business, with over 10 years of experience in IT sector and a strong background in European Commission projects. Thank you very much. And now I will call Wendy Yarn. Dr. Wendy is the Executive Director of the Association of European Cancer Leagues, representing national cancer leagues across Europe with over 13 years of international experience in public health and cancer policy. She leads ECL's initiatives across cancer prevention, screening, treatment, and advocacy. She has been a key figure in multiple EU-funded cancer control projects and serves various international committees. And now I will call Dr. Igor Grabovac. So Igor Grabovac is a professor and a specialist in public health and at the Center of Public Health of the Medical University of Vienna, where he leads the interdisciplinary community health lab. His work covers the field of cancer care equity, especially concerning access to cancer preventive services for communities in vulnerable situations. He is the coordinator of Cancerless, focusing on cancer prevention and early detection in people experiencing homeless, and co-captain focusing on cancer prevention in people with mental health illness. And last but not least, I call Salvatore Vitabil. Salvatore Vitabil is a full professor of computer science at the University of Palermo, specializing in medical data processing, AI, and clinical decision support systems. With over 190 scientific publications, he has been recognized among the world's top 2% scientists. His research includes machine learning for healthcare, biometric authentication, and medical imaging. He led numerous European and national research projects and served on international scientific committees. So, as you can see, we have a very diverse panel here today. And I would start to ask each of our panelists to briefly introduce how their projects contribute to cancer prevention, early detection, and screening. And please be very brief, like 2 minutes maximum, so that we can stick to the short time that we have to discuss. Thank you. Urska, we can start going here forward, please.
Yes, thank you. Oh, it's working. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to discuss the PERCH project, which is led by Raffaella from Italy. And yes, I'm also involved in UCAN Screen project led by Marcis. He's also somewhere here. So actually, through my education, as a director of the cervical cancer screening program, the head of the National Screening Committee, and the member of the expert board in National Cancer Control Program, but as well as the president of non-governmental association focusing on the prevention of cancers in Slovenia, Association of Slovenian Cancer Society, my main area of work has been since ever cancer prevention. And today I will talk mostly about cervical cancer. Why? Because this is the cancer where we have enough knowledge and technology that we could prevent almost every case of it. But still, there are around 60,000 women diagnosed each year, and around 25,000 women dies in Europe due to this cancer, and most in Eastern European region, where cancer screening programs have not been implemented in a way that they would be sustainable and that they would save lives as they did in, I would say, some other parts of Europe and countries. So HPV vaccination brings hope that we will beat this cancer. But the problem with HPV vaccination is that there are huge differences in HPV vaccination coverage, to less than 5% to more than 90% within Europe. And the aim of the project PERCH is to close this gap in the HPV vaccination coverage and to bring the elimination of cervical cancer to Europe as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'll now pass over to Wendy, please.
Thank you very much. And like Ershka said, thank you very much for this opportunity. So we are a network of all the cancer societies around Europe, and these are your national cancer societies, such as Ershka's association. And forever, they've all been promoting prevention. So it was very natural for us to continue with this. And in this current project that I'll be talking about is Bumper. It's called Bumper, and it's actually being led by Helena Ross, who's in the audience today. And we're coordinating this project. It's 1.8 million with many partners around Europe. And basically, what it's about is we're working with a tech developer, an app developer, to promote the European Code Against Cancer. So that is, the European Code Against Cancer is 38 years old, and yet only less than half of the population around Europe know about it. So this is and this is mentioned in Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. That is one of the goals, to make sure that at least 85% of the population will know about it. I think that's quite ambitious, but we're trying. And it's currently it's going to go into a new edition, but we're working on the app to make sure that it's tailored to the general population, to communicate the European Code Against Cancer based on scientifically based messages developed by IARC. So in general, we at ECL, we work on cancer prevention at the European level, and then we work with our members at the national level on cancer prevention. So the Bumper app is aimed to do this, and to disseminate the messages in the European Code Against Cancer. So we're working on this, and it was started in 2023, and we're hoping to end this in a few months, and we're hoping for a new rendition of the project so that we can continue with it, because it's going into a new revision. Right now it's in its 4th, it's going to go in its 5th. So in fact, the app cannot be, let's say, disseminated as it is. So there's going to be a little hold, and we're working with the European Commission to make sure that the new app is going to be catering to the new revision of the European Code Against Cancer that everyone should know about.
Okay, thank you very much. Igor, please.
So I represent 2 projects, the Cancerless Project and Co-Captain Project. I think we all agree in this room that the European Cancer Beating Plan was a wonderful piece of policy, probably the best one that the European Commission managed to do in the number of years that it exists. And one of the things that it really done in a very nice way was to focus on cancer equity, and the accessibility to services for all European citizens, independent on their socioeconomic status, their illness, their disability, or even their geographical level. So what we did in our projects, we wanted to see if the European Commission would, as the Director General said, put the money where the words are. And we did projects focusing on people experiencing homelessness and people experiencing severe mental illness, because unfortunately those are the 2 groups that are often left behind. In our projects, we tend to use very low digital solutions, focusing more on social innovation, on building new skill mixed methods through concepts of promoting accessibility, promoting knowledge, empowering patient groups and communities in order for them to better engage with services and therefore also reduce cancer burden down the line.
Thank you. Arrigo?
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. So I'm representing net company Intrasoft. I'm here because I'm leading the development of the EU mobile application for cancer prevention, which is designed to empower individuals on related cancer topics. The application provides users with reliable, science-based information, offering personalized recommendation to reduce cancer risk based on factors like diet, health, physical activity, and lifestyle. This personalized approach ensures that users from various backgrounds can easily understand the provided advice. It is an interactive, user-friendly application. It's easy to download and it's free, translated to all 24 EU languages, which helps overcome any language barriers and make sure that non-native speakers have equal access to cancer prevention related information. As Wendy said very well, the application raises awareness for European Code Against Cancer and supports users adopting healthier behaviors.
Thank you, Salvatore.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I'm the responsible from the university side of the project 5G for a smart Sicilian campus. The project covers a 5G infrastructure in the university campus, but also in the university hospital. This approach gives us the possibility to develop some innovative approach for cancer early detection. We use 5G technologies, that is well-known technologies for high bandwidth, low latency, and security for data transmission. This morning we talked about data security, that is a very, very key aspect to respect. And this gives us the possibility to transfer data in real time with a low latency, that is the delay between the request when the command is executed, that is very low. So 5G technology, for example, is the main technology for robotic surgery. But we use this aspect to transfer real-time data, medical data, mostly imaging data, building a knowledge base that we used for our decision support system based on artificial intelligence technologies. So we collect this data and we develop a solution that can be seen as a support system for physicians working on breast cancer detection. You see also from the previous presentation that it is one of the most unfortunately widespread diffused cancer in Europe, but also in all over the world. What we see using artificial intelligence is that the detection rate, the early detection rate, in many cases is very, very high, and this helps the patient's life, the quality of life, anticipating what it is the cancer developing these patients and giving the possibility to react in a very fast way. And in many cases, this can be a solution for health, for survival of a patient in this side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we know a bit about the projects that we are today, from who we have today representatives, and we can move forward now to a more deep in. What are the most promising strategies your projects have identified for reducing cancer risk through prevention, and how can this be scalable or scaled at the EU level? I maybe start here by Urska and to follow on your experience with PURGE and HPV vaccination.
Yes, thank you. So we have identified the intervention. It is HPV vaccination to reduce the cancer risk, and actually we want to add our contribution to the European Beating Plan flagship initiative to reach at least 90% of HPV vaccination coverage of girls and as much boys as possible. As I have told before, there are really huge differences in burden of cervical cancer across Europe, and some of this is also due to the success of cervical cancer screening programs. However, these differences will be bigger or lower in the future, also regarding the success of HPV vaccination. And as we know, the coverage is really different in different parts of the Europe. So the PURGE is a joint action type of program. The title is an abbreviation of Partnerships to Contrast HPV. And what we're addressing in PURGE is we're addressing the attitudes and awareness of parents, of students, of public health professionals and teachers. We have been out in 18 countries doing focus groups surveys to understand what is going on. We have agreed on the communication metrics, how to use this information to communicate HPV vaccination to our target groups. We have developed the purge strategy for the communication of HPV vaccination and social media strategy, because we have found out that a lot of countries is not yet active on social media in this topic. And we have also developed the educational program for healthcare professionals involved in vaccination. Also, based on the communication metrics and the outcomes of the surveys and focus groups, we have developed key target messages that were then tested by the tool that we have developed and evaluated and presented in a way that is quite understandable which key messages might be most suitable for parents, I would say children, which are, some of them are more educational, others are more emotional. So what we are trying to do is trying to bring on board all the 18 European countries that is taking part in this project to collaborate and help each other improve the situation with not just HPV vaccination coverage, but also the data. As we heard today, we need data to gather knowledge. And actually the data about HPV vaccination registries, there's a lot to do in that field as well. And we have tried to identify the common data set. We have tried to understand how this works, how registries are integrated in the healthcare systems, and also how actually vaccination is integrated in healthcare systems. And we have established a group for peer support. We call it HPV Vaccination Guild, where actually we voluntarily invited countries that participate, but also others, not just HPV experts and vaccination experts, but also communication experts and screening experts and others, in order to share experience and learn from each other.
Okay, thank you very much. Wendy, do you want to also tell about your experience?
Yes, so our experience with the most promising strategies, well, is working with, we are providing the expertise and we're working together with the company that produces the app. So as that's being represented by our Gero here. So we find that this strategy does work because we don't know anything about app development. We don't know anything about technology. And Gero, you guys don't know much about cancer prevention. So with this marriage, we've been able to produce a lot of good things. And we find that communication is key. You've already pointed that out, Urshka, regarding communication. How do we communicate to the general public? So how we developed it was we used the user-centered design approach for simplified, clear messages that should go to the general public, because we know, I think we all, we're all public health experts here, so we know that tobacco, we need to avoid tobacco, we need to avoid alcohol, we need to avoid sun use, so, better diet. So, I think the break, what was offered at break was not a good example, but we know we should do all these things, and yet we don't. And we're sitting here, we should actually be physically active. So the app actually provides the evidence-based messages to say, listen, these are all the things you need to do. And then the app developer helps us by developing the messages in a way that is presentable as an app and accessible to the general public, so to make sure that all the population are aware. And how do we do that? So this is what we're working to. So we find that this is actually a very good strategy. Making sure, and we've already tested in 8 different countries, so we know that. So we do know what we're talking about, and then also, of course, on the tech side, we're working with a company with a lot of experience in developing apps. So it's a lot about co-creation, it's a lot about collaboration, it's a lot about making sure that the experts in health are working together hand in hand, the experts in tech.
Thank you, Wendy.
Do you want to comment?
Yes, I will compliment. Thank you very much, Wendy. Indeed, we are developing the EU mobile application, and our partnership with Bumper was really fundamental for the application, as we were provided essential expertise in science-based information. We collaborated in the whole co-creation process for designing the app, the scope, the target audience. And actually, you were acting as the primary source of content. So I think that our collaboration and partnership here, it was really important for designing and developing this application.
Okay, thank you. So here, again, the synergies, how important they are. And how now for Igor and Salvatore, how do we ensure that the prevention strategies you develop are accessible and actionable for diverse populations? So we can start by Igor.
Thank you. I mean, I remember when we got the Cancerless project, I had an early meeting with our project advisor, Janis Vuldis, also here in the room. And he said, you know, you're the only project in this call that focused on a specific community and not on a specific cancer type. And I think there's a lesson here for all of us. For me, how do we ensure actionability? How do we ensure that what we do actually reaches the communities? The key for me I would say, transdisciplinarity. Now, we see that also in our panels. We see already from the stories of different projects how this gets done. However, what true transdisciplinarity means, at least for me, is inclusion of people with lived experience as equal experts with the people coming from the research centers or from the practice. Now, this might be a novel concept for a lot of people here in the room, but I think it's extremely necessary. Things that Wendy already said, co-production, co-creation, co-design, participatory measures, these are the things that really then allow that whatever we design actually reaches the communities that need to be reached. We also heard in the panel before, very briefly, and let me just reiterate, data without context means nothing. Data, if we don't contextualize the data that we get, we have absolutely no real information. We also need to remember that behind every data point, there is a story, there is a person, there is a complex situation happening. And I think that's extremely important, and that's what's also very important that we have the testimonials here today to sort of showcase and bring that message home. So what do we need? We need more inclusion of communities, and we need the flexibility of the programs and the projects to allow this, because unfortunately this is still not really possible within the constructs of the programs that provide us the money that we need in order to implement the projects.
Okay, thank you. Salvatore.
Thank you. I would like to start from the last point pointed out by your data are important, but data must be used in a proper way. This is not a very easy task. I'm thinking when you try to transfer this kind of knowledge to an artificial intelligence-based method, you need to have very good data, annotated data, that is analyzed on every aspect. This is a key point in order to develop a very successful algorithm based on artificial intelligence. And this morning we saw how difficult it is with the direction that we have in European Union, like GDPR, other things that are involved in the European Union. But the results are very, very encouraging, because I talked during the introduction about the decision support system. When we have this system that suggests some result to the physicians, that is the last one to take the decision, we know with the very good experimental trials that the predicted positive value, when we have the cases in which it is unfortunately positive with cancer, increase with more than 10%, as well as the negative predicted value that are the most common cases that you have. So you need a great preparation of data, preparation of infrastructure in order to transfer this kind of knowledge on artificial intelligence-based methods. And this is the first point. The other point is that the technological infrastructure that is able to transfer images and medical data in real time with a very low latency can help to reach the population also in place, also in cities that are not very big and are very well connected. And the screening program is one of the most important points in every cancer, and this is the first point that you have to address when do you think to beat cancer. So the data real-time data transfer is one of the other points that the technology nowadays can give. And the other point is, and we test also this, we are testing this inside our project, is that with this kind of technology, we can create a platform in which audio and video streaming, also with the very high definition, 4K on 8K definition, can be transferred in real time. This allows for a multidisciplinary opinion on a case, on a very difficult or very interesting case. And the multidisciplinary approach is one of the other points that you can use to beat cancer and to detect the cancer in the early stage. That is one of the points for the quality of life for the patients.
Of course. Thank you very much. It is true that we have to evolve more also the patients, and then we need screening solutions to detect early as possible. So what challenges remain in implementing equitable cancer prevention and screening, particularly in underrepresented regions or groups? Maybe I will start again by Igor, because I think you...
So a number of challenges are, of course, remaining. I can't really speak to geographical differences. Maybe my colleagues can. But when we talk about people in vulnerable situations or marginalized groups, we still have a lot of issues surrounding access to services, access to basic services, legal issues, especially coming from the two groups that we work with, so people experiencing homelessness, people experiencing mental ill health. It gets very complex very, very quickly. I think one of the things that we need to do, or that we should focus on, is social innovation next to the digital innovation. We are hearing a lot about AI, we are hearing a lot about new technologies. The reality is implementation of new technologies without considering equity and questions of equity will inevitably only bring to deepening the gaps in inequity to access to services. It will not cause solutions. That means that thinking about how we reduce inequalities when we implement new digital solutions needs to be at the heart of creating these new solutions, which I'm not sure that is happening on a broad scale at the moment. The other thing is, and this is something that maybe goes again to the first panel around data, the Inequalities Registry is a wonderful piece of tool, is a wonderful tool. I use it, I tell everyone to use it. If you haven't used it, please use it. I'm using this opportunity to tell you to use it again. However, it is still limited in what it can actually map. So this is not a direct critique, and you're sitting here in the first row. It's not a direct critique to the colleagues from the Joint Research Center, because of course they would like to broaden it up to all possibilities, to all types of inequalities. The registry currently does not cover populations that we are working with. There is no question on housing there. There is no question on mental health there. The reason does not lie with the Joint Research Center. It lies with national governments and member states not producing data, not having data, or not having data at the level of quality that is necessary. So in order for us to really produce new things, to produce better policy, we need this data. So to everyone here who has the ear to MEPs, to politicians and so on, please make sure that they understand that we need national legislations in the member states to produce this data, so that that data can then go to the European level, where it can then be sort of done in a pan-European inequalities registry. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, do you want to comment also on Igor?
Well, I want to
Statement?
say, in terms of challenges that remain in equitable cancer prevention and screening, can I say that funding is a huge challenge, because we're very grateful for to get the funding to be able to work on this bumper project, and to be able to help disseminate the European Code Against Cancer. But this project is coming to an end, and then what? So, and then funding for NGOs with the operating grant. That's it's us doing all the work. It's the NGOs on the ground doing all the work in terms of prevention and screening. But that's kind of in danger right now. So if I can say that is a challenge in implementation, and then also a challenge is misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and we're hoping that the Bumper app is, when you choose an app, there's so many apps out there, you don't know which ones to choose. So we want to be out there as an app that's going to be among the many apps, but we're going to be the main one providing scientifically based, evidence-based information, so that the general population will have this as an option to download and to get the correct information, so that they know that this is what's that they know what to do. So a lot of competition, removing the stigma, and an app. What's great about an app is it's on your mobile phone. So even if you're in a remote area where you don't have access to hospitals and print information, everyone has a phone, and it's even difficult to get a phone that is not a smartphone these days. So so I see a lot of potential in these apps, and this is why I hope that we will be able to continue with this app, with providing a better app with the new edition of the European Code Against Cancer. So these are challenges, but if I can say that if we have more funding, we'll be able to do a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. So trustable information and scientific information is very important. Uska, can you very briefly comment also how...
I will try to be brief. I like to speak a lot. So challenges. I must go back. When I was taking a part in Utopia project, it was a project that aimed to improve cancer screening across Europe. I led a workshop with Eastern European partners. And actually we found out, and it was about challenges, and actually we found out the challenges are not so cancer site specific, they are more country specific and vulnerable group specific. And I would argue that in HPV vaccination it's the same. So collaboration between the countries and with the institutions that have already solved the challenge that we are tackling in our country, I think this is crucial. Having the support from policymakers to actually implement in a sustainable way that what we know works in other countries, this is crucial. Having legal framework, this is crucial. Having continuous education programs for all involved in HPV vaccination, understanding what are the needs of population, why the HPV vaccination coverage is not so high. And also coming back to data and monitoring, yes, we need legal framework to allow us for data collection, but not just for monitoring the HPV vaccination coverage, also for sending invitations, also to, let's say we have digital solutions, we live in digital area, but most of the consents for HPV vaccination are still in paper, and they get lost somewhere in the school bag of the children. So these are the challenges that, of course, each country needs to address in their own country, but together we will address it much better.
Thank you very much again. Together and with these synergies, we will work much better. So many factors influence whether people participate in cancer prevention and screening. Misinformation, stigma, lack of awareness or trust in healthcare systems may be one among these. How does your work address these barriers? Maybe we go again to Wendy. And Darigo.
Can you mention what kind of barriers are you talking about?
Misinformation, stigma, lack of awareness, trust in healthcare systems. So
correct. So I already mentioned some of those. I already mentioned how those are challenges. By having an app, then we can address the information that is out there. So this is our work with an app. and then also is disseminating through the member societies, through the member leagues on the ground, because we all know at the EU level we all have a lot of we can disseminate at the EU level, but then how do we make sure that it gets on the ground? So this is why it's being translated in the different languages on the ground, and it is also with the Net Company, with our partner, our tech partner. You're telling us how we can do this, how we can incorporate the translations. Because, for us, if it were up to us, we would just say translate everything. But we understand that that's not possible for an app. And then also, the technology of, what the consumer wants to see, what is pleasing for them and what works. Like, how do we tell them that, drinking alcohol, even there's no safe dosage. So how do we say that? And then, you help. So we tell you what the text should be, but then you tell us, what exactly how to frame it in a way that is possible, that is going to be on a mobile. So maybe I hand it over to you now to add to that. Ajero.
Yes, thank you, Wendy. Well, to complement on this, of course, misinformation is addressed via the application we created along with Bamber. As it provides reliable source-based information from reputable organizations, so ensuring that all users have access to accurate information. They are not scrolling over the internet for answers, so it's important that they have access to the application. We aim to reach also a wide audience, people in remote areas or individuals with limited access to traditional health services. By all these interactive features included in the application, such as personalized health goals or educational quizzes, the application fosters a more positive environment for the user to empower them to take care of their health by making self-improvement choices.
And do you have any communication campaigns to help in disseminate the tool, and how are you?
Not yet, but we're
working together on that. So it's not quite ready yet. And once it's ready, we're going to be asking the help of our members at the ground level, our Cancer League, such as Erska's Association, to help disseminate the app.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll pass to the other question. Can you share examples of successful partnerships with public health authorities or communities to promote prevention and early detection and screening? Maybe I will start by Salvatore, because he's not speaking so much yet.
Yes, I have a direct experience with the university hospital, it was pointed out before. And we developed this decision support system running on a real-world session that radiologists can consult each time that they need to support the decision-making process with also this kind of output. In my vision, this is another experimental data that radiologists can consult before decision-making process. This decision support system acts on the same data that radiologists consult before its decision, but it's able to analyze data, visible data, of course, from images, laboratory data, but also no visible data that's complete its knowledge and its capacity to make a decision on the difficulty to analyze case that the radiologist is consulting. What we observed with the experimental test is that there is an error reduction rate that is a considered error reduction rate, and we also try to learn this kind of system on data before cancer is visible on the images, on the pathological images. This was possible because we have all the history of these patients with the first exam, with the first take when the pathology is not visible, but there are some information in the images, some hidden information in the images that this kind of system can try, can learn, and can support, can produce as output to support this opinion. The other involvement that we had is with the educational system. Of course, we are inside the university hospital where there are some education activities starting from bachelor, master degree, but also in the specialty of radiology. And we use this kind of system to present the most interesting case to analyze. Case-based learning, we follow this kind of paradigm, but also to use the decision support system only also during the training phase of the new physician that is completing his knowledge about the pathology that is analyzing. And the results are very, very encouraging that we obtain inside the university hospital.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Igor, do you want to also comment about this public collaboration?
I mean, one of the things that, and maybe going back to something that Wendy said, I think it's always difficult when you do projects, what happens in the next stage, not only in terms of financing, but also how do you transfer or translate that knowledge that was collected, especially coming from Horizon, which are more research-oriented academic projects. How do you then sort of bridge the gap in order to make the policy a policy change? And I know this is something very, very difficult for a lot of people leading projects or doing projects. One of the things that we were successful in doing in the Cancerless project, focusing on people experiencing homelessness, was through the data that was gathered in the project, through a cost-effectiveness analysis of our implementation showing that it was cost-effective and that it should be implemented. They went to the community of Madrid, which was also the partner in the project, and their public health authority, showing them this data, and this sort of made them motivated enough to create an actual policy, a new policy change for the community of Madrid, where now physicians working in primary care, those working in public health authorities, could allocate resources and could immediately put people who are living on the streets or who are experiencing homelessness or in any sort of socially precarious situations directly into screening programs and prevention programs using, an online system that they already had been using on site anyway. So I think it's a wonderful example of that. That being said, Cancerless had 4 pilot countries: the UK, Austria, Greece, and Spain. And unfortunately, the only difference that was seen was in Spain. And I hope that for the other projects we will have more luck.
Okay, good luck then for that. So Urska, do you also want to comment on this briefly?
Yes, I will start with Slovenia. We have brought together in Slovenia all different stakeholders, and we have regular meetings in the field of HPV vaccination, cervical cancer elimination, and we have in the same room people at the governmental level who are making policy, people from the professional associations, pediatricians, school doctors, National Institute of Public Health, who is coordinating screening, people actually responsible for the data, vaccination registry, people responsible for communication, people responsible for collaboration with school system. Actually, we don't have anybody from the school, from the education sector in the group. We're trying to engage them. We have then people from screening, like me. And actually, together, we are looking at the data. We are looking at trying to identify challenges and plan our way ahead. And we always try to reflect our findings and put them in the National Cancer Control Program. I think it's very important that national cancer control programs actually reflect the needs and solutions, and that we are not doing it like in silos, but all together. And then we are also reaching out to communities via the healthcare centers at the community level, via the regional national public health institutes, via the regional NGOs working. And we're trying to engage the community. And we are always asking the mayors, today is the Cervical Cancer Elimination Day of Action, will you lit up the building in Til? And we're actually sending them, each year we're sending them information about HPV vaccination and screening coverage in their municipality. And we were surprised because a lot of mayors reached out to us and said, we want to improve. So we have transferred in the PURGE project everything got enhanced because we had the push from the project. And then we shared this knowledge with other partners. We learned from them. And we are actually now writing for 7 countries national HPV communication strategies. These are mostly East European countries, including Slovenia, where HPV vaccination coverage is not so high. I would say we are helping each other, but we also have on board other countries that are already doing well. And we also have on board governmental advisory board, which helps us to translate then this communicate and also provide funding for communication. But this is because this is quite often neglected. If you want to have high coverage, then you have to have continuous communication.
Yes, thank you. Definitely. So this means that overcoming barriers requires a strong collaboration between sectors, and it's very important. It's not always straightforward to have the public authorities engagement, even if we have good data for them. So European funding initiatives like EU for Health and Horizon Europe have been instrumental in providing the framework for collaboration and funding, advancing cancer prevention and early detection. So in your view, and now I will ask for 2 minutes each of the panelists, what role has the EU support played in your projects, and are there gaps that need to be addressed in future policies and funding programs? Could you very briefly, maybe we start by Salvatore.
Okay, of course, it's very important. You cited some interesting programs like EU4Health, Horizon, also the CHEF Digital Connecting European Facilities. It is very important because, in my opinion, we are addressing the first items of this new approach. Of course, I'm talking about a multidisciplinary approach involving other disciplines such as artificial intelligence, network, and so on. Inside the European community, a software is seen as a medical device. So when you think to use a software, you need to certify this kind of software. And there is a very long process. We talk about a performance. So what is a performance of a software based on the AI? They depends on the training set. They depends on the hospital that you are addressing, in which you are thinking to use the kind of software. So there is a lot of things that we need to address, we need to solve before to have a stable solution that can be used in a very efficient way for the patient's life, because your subject are the patients that are suffering. Cancer is one of the bad things that will happen in the life of each of us. So there is the needs of some interconnection, some improvements coming from the different European projects in order to have this kind of road safe and arrive to a successful idea and a successful approach.
Okay, thank you very much. Arrigo?
Well, yes, thank you. I just want to stress again how important are the synergies here today. It's obvious also, I think Wendy would agree on that, that we're providing a digital solution based on content provided by expert people on the field. So I would say that it's important to have this funding so that we can scale up our digital solutions and have even more personalized approaches for cancer prevention and screening.
Thank you. Igor?
I mean, how important is it? It's incredibly important. Without the support of HaDEA, without the support of the Commission, without the support of the programs, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be here. Everybody who works for me wouldn't be having their jobs. I think the support that young early career researchers get through participation in this program and the exposure that they also get due to the fact that they can participate in European projects, that they can collaborate with other institutions and other researchers throughout the continent, I think is one of a kind. It's something that really implements the basic notions of what it means to be European. So therefore, the funding that we get is incredibly important. I'm also very, very sure, not to sound very cynical, there would be no way that we could be doing our work with highly marginalized and vulnerable groups if we were dependent on funding from only our state, from only the local funding. It is completely, I think, beyond question. So the whole work that we do would not be possible. I feel a little bit like the odd man out here because but I need to say something because we also see that in the discussion and how it goes. Do not take things that we have for granted. Do not take our access to healthcare services for granted. Do not think that everybody has access to technologies, that everybody can access applications and digital solutions. This is something that really needs to sort of be embedded because I said we need to think about equity and equality across things that we're implementing in our projects. In our projects. That's it.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you very much, Igor. I echo 100% what you just said. And, we also address, how do we make sure that there's no group is left behind in terms of accessing the app. And then also to echo what you said, we're very grateful to have already had the EU funding that we had in terms of operating grant, in terms of the projects. But I want to emphasize that what is missing here, sustainable funding. If you put things in perspective, we're NGOs and, we work from, year to year, and oftentimes we don't even know what our budget's going to be for the next year. And if you put things in perspective, look at alcohol industry, how much money they have, and look at the tobacco industry, how much money they have, and this is what we have to. This is us. We have to go against these huge industries. We have to convince the populations, that smoking is bad for you. And, people wonder, okay, you're doing a lot, but how come people are still smoking? How come people are drinking? Well, look at our budget. It's minuscule compared to these huge industries. So, and not only are they tiny, but we don't know if they are going to exist the next year. We still, we live from hand to mouth, so we do ask for sustainable funding. EU for Health, we're extremely grateful for EU for Health, but, it still does most of the time ask for 40% of co-financing, and where does that come from? That has to come from money that we scrimp and save and try to match the funding. So sustainable funding would be really, really great. I find that to be what's missing. It's a gap that needs to be addressed in future policies. So people out there listening, please give NGOs more money. Make it sustainable so that we can continue our good work.
Thank you very much. Uska.
Yes, thank you. I do resonate with all the previous speakers. But let's get back to HPV vaccination. Regarding the innovative research, we have tackled one dose, which is important to scale up HPV vaccination in PERCH project. So in the future project, it might be also interesting, in my opinion, to look up to lower the age of vaccination in terms to normalize this vaccination and put it together with other childhood vaccine. However, a lot research needs to be done here. And then on the implementation side, actually from screening and vaccination perspective, I always have a feeling that we know what we need to do, we just don't know exactly how. And especially with cancer prevention, primary prevention, it is really important that we have good synergies between the health and education sector. And that's all often missing in a lot of countries. We know that countries that have school-based vaccination and established regular connection between health and education sector are doing much better. Then digitalization and use of AI. Vaccination registry, their linkage to cancer registries, to screening registries can give us a lot of information. But also, if we think of citizens, having platforms that it would be easy for them to access when their children are scheduled to vaccination, to sign the consent. This is still not happening, even though we all have these e-health systems. In a lot of countries, procurement, it is really, really painful. And nobody talks about it, I mean, at least in between the countries. And then the many other things. But I want to say the governance is very, very important. and bringing together countries, if I may reflect to Wendy, and enable also like sustainable networking of people involved in HPV vaccination, not just the healthcare professionals, but also people behind the scenes, dealing with data, dealing with monitoring, dealing with digital solutions to making vaccination more acceptable to citizens, people who communicate HPV vaccination, people who are doing all the procurement. This would be, in my opinion, also important. And actually, out of the project Perch, there is idea that in the next joint action and the next project, we hope that it would arise the community of practice that would join together all the people involved in HPV vaccination and other vaccination that with which we can prevent cancers. Thank you.
Thank you, Urska. I think we are already a bit over time, but I will make a very brief conclusion of our panel. So today, our discussion has underscored the power of collaboration in tackling cancer through prevention, early detection, and screening. What sounds out is how different projects, despite focusing on distinct aspects, complement each other and create synergies across research, public health, and digital innovation. I hope that these connections will continue and get stronger. We also heard about the importance of involving citizens and patients in the beginning of our decision and at the level of our decision-making processes. So bridging public health and technologies projects like PERCH and Bumper demonstrate the importance of behavioral interventions and health policies, while the EU mobile app for cancer prevention integrates digital solutions to make prevention more accessible and actionable. At least we hope so. The efforts align with the European Beating Cancer Plan and Mission on Cancer, reinforcement the need for multi-sectorial approaches. Tackling inequalities and vulnerable populations, co-captain and cancerless are good examples of projects that do that, focus on mental health and cancer prevention in marginalized groups, ensuring that prevention strategies reach underrepresented communities. This directly connects also with the goal of other projects working on digital health solutions, such as we heard also here, the 5G4A SSAC project, which aims to improve access to screening through advanced hospital connectivity, and also this leveraging EU support to scale impact. Each of these initiatives benefits from different European funding projects, from EU for Health, Horizon Europe, and Connecting Europe facility. So together these programs ensure that the prevention and screening are not only research-driven, but also scalable, sustainable, and aligned with European health priorities, although we also heard that we still need to do a lot about the sustainability of funding and the scalability of the project. So looking ahead, the challenge is to further integrate these efforts, ensuring that successful interventions, whether in behavioral prevention, digital tools, or hospital infrastructure, can be adopted across Europe in a coherent and impactful way. This is where continued EU support and cross-project collaboration will be successful. So then I just have to thank you very much for our panelists to be here today and talking a little bit about this important theme. And we are 3 minutes, not so much, but thank you very much all of you for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, dear moderator, dear panelists as well. Great to have had your contribution to learn much more about screening, early detection and diagnosis as well. And of course, dear audience, you're more than welcome to also liaise with the panelists during the lunch break. But before we do that, also once again, a big thanks to Ms. Pataki and also Dr. Briers for your wonderful contributions. Much, much appreciated. Okay, I'm sure you're pretty hungry, and Wendy, you said physical activity is super important. Well, luckily, we can bring you a bit of physical activity. You just have to walk the stairs down. That's what I can promise you. So lunch is served in the restaurant downstairs. So you just have to walk the stairs down, then turn to your right and then to the left. But there will be people there as well to guide you to the lunchroom as well. We would like to welcome you back here at 2:15. Also for those joining us online, have a good break and we'll see each other at 2:15. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Dear audience, I would like to ask you to please take your seats. And I know that might be quite difficult because there's so much to discuss. But if I may ask you please once again to be so kind to take your seats. Thank you very much. We still have enough seats everywhere for you. Perfect. Thanks a lot. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to get started again after the lunch break. So I really hope that you are fully energized again and that you really enjoyed your food as well. And happy to see you back. And also, welcome back, audience online. Happy to have you also for this afternoon part of the project showcase organized by HaDEA. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do first right now is to listen to yet another testimonial. And for that, it is my great pleasure, and I'm truly thrilled to announce to you Ineke Helber from the Preferable Project. Ineke, I would say the floor is yours. Please give her a big hand.
Well, nice to meet you. I hope you had a good lunch. It is my task to keep you awake for the next 10 minutes. So please put your phones away, because I was in the audience earlier and I saw all these people. So please put your phones away and fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. Let me check how this works. Yeah. Well, my name is Ineke. I'm from the Netherlands. I have been participating as a patient in the effect study and will give you an insight of my experience with exercising on fatigue and my quality of life. This effect study aimed at people with metastatic breast cancer. Well, as you can see, this is me. I thought actually you were farther away, so I thought you will only see this small face, and now you have this one. Anyway, this is me on the outside, and I will start with giving you some background information. I'm 58 years old of age right now. I have a university degree in sociology. I've worked in Uganda, London, and Ghana. And for the past 27 years, I've worked as a consultant, coaching of managers and teams. At the time they found out that I had metastasized breast cancer, I was 53 years old. And my two children were 15 and 18. Too young to lose their mother. In 2019, I visited my GP with the complaint of higher back pain. She diagnosed me with a burnout. Although I had my doubts, I went along with her diagnosis. But knowing what I know now, it was not surprising that I had increasing complaints, pain and fatigue over time. After 11 months, I was hardly able to sit and walk anymore. 1 month later, I received an MRI. everyone was shocked when they saw that 5 vertebrae were decompressed, impending spinal cord compression, an unstable spine with the risk of a high spinal cord injury. The diagnosis, a hormone-sensitive breast cancer with bone metastasis. Emergency surgery followed by the spine trauma team of the University Medical Center in Utrecht. They saved my life. After that, I was treated with local radiotherapy and letrozole. The good news is that I didn't get paralyzed from my neck down and that I'm still alive. The less good news is that it's hard work to hold up my head. I'm limited in turning my head from the left to the right. It's only going like this, that's it. And I still have some nerve pain and have less daily energy. To give you a quick impression, I show you a short movie from my inside. If you're sensitive to muscles, bones and blood, you better look away. Otherwise, please pay attention because this goes quite fast. There we go. He turns me around. It's me, of course, this is me. And then you can see the metal implants in my back. Now he removes the muscles. And you can see how it's structured from my skull. Now he turns it around, and you see the screws and how it's done. Yeah. It's quite impressive, huh? That they can do this. After surgery and radiotherapy, my recovery started. I left the hospital with a walker and started my revalidation at the UMC Revalidation Clinic. It took me about 4 months before I could replace my walker for a walking stick. It took me about a year before the nerve pain was bearable and I slowly could stop with the pain medication. I remember that the spine surgeon told me that within the first 6 months, my body would recover the fastest. After 12 months, he told me that most of the improvements had taken place by now. I left the hospital after this consultation thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do if this is it? The muscles in my upper back felt like concrete. I was tired of holding up my head, and I still had nerve pain in my arm and hand. I felt very sad. When I told my new GP, she stepped back, looked at me and mused, and then spoke the following words. Scientifically, he is probably right. But looking at you, I don't think that your development has come to an end yet. With this in mind, I was very lucky to become a participant in the EFFECT study. In 2022, my oncologist informed me about the EFFECT study. I decided to participate and was randomized to the exercise group. To be honest, I wasn't sure if this was good or bad news. I was worried about my balance and experiencing pain. Plus, I have to admit, I wasn't a fan of sports and definitely not the gym. But I suppose there are more people here who have this problem. Okay, but so I went along. This is my physical therapist, Lisanne. She's amazing. With becoming friends, I mean I had to trust her. She had to become attuned to me, but also talking about daily life and the good things that happens. Lisanne asked me to step on the balance ball. That's the photo on the left, for the people who don't know these things. My answer was a very decisive no. In the beginning, she had to negotiate about every new exercise with me. I was too afraid to fall and the pain. However, by using the start low and go slow principle, I realized I could do much more than I thought. Since I couldn't rely on my back for balance anymore, she also paid extra attention to core and balance training. Cycling on a stationary bike was not easy for me. The handlebar didn't fit my new anatomy. Another patient in the gym, who was a welder, made an adapted handlebar for me. This allowed me to follow the effect protocol. I realized I could do more than I thought. I built up muscle strength and balance. I arrived with a cane and left without one. In daily life, I was able to do more, like getting on and off a bus and picking up things from the floor. It's amazing how much you drop every day. To my own surprise, I got more self-confidence and I was able to relax within the boundaries of the metal structure in my back. And my energy level increased. Numbers don't lie. 1 in 2 people in the Netherlands will get cancer at a certain stage in life. Although the numbers vary throughout Europe, this is still a very serious number. This is why I will give you some results of my program, and why it is so important that politicians and policymakers like you decide to reserve money for training programs like this. 1 in 2. Think of your spouses, your mothers, fathers, your children, your friends. Think of half this audience, 1 in 2, that's about this half, or that half, whatever. And realize that proper training will give you back your value in society and your quality of life when cancer hits you. Now I will come to the more concrete benefits of this program for society and for me personal. Currently, I'm able to work again for 1 day a week, and hopefully this will become more in the future. Plus, I became the chairperson of an art association, which is actually really nice to do, and it's also good for society. I started painting and discovered that I'm quite good at this. I started cycling again on my custom-made bicycle. It's just to prove that I'm really from the Netherlands, that I put this slide in. I'm enjoying my life. My 2 children are skipped. Well, that was a photo of my 2 children, but I'm enjoying my life with my 2 children and my sister, who's also here. And to prove that a lot has happened with me, I will round off this presentation with a small film of me outside the gym. Well, I never expected that this would have been possible. Okay, well, this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ineke, for having shared your story and sharing with us also your perseverance, because it's really impressive to see. And I actually have only one word to describe this. You're extremely brave for sharing your story with us today. So please, dear audience, give her another round of applause. Yeah, and I think you mentioned it already yourself, how important it is that politicians and policymakers keep focusing on funding those kind of projects, because we can clearly see what the positive outcomes are. You're still there. We're very happy to have you. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, we already covered part of the key actions under the EU's Beating Cancer Plan, focusing on screening and testing. But now we also focus on diagnosis and treatment. And therefore, I would like to hand over to the next moderator, Iwona Lugowska from the Maria Sklodowska-Curie National Institute and Oncology Center in Warsaw, and also, of course, your esteemed panelists. So I would say the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, amazing testimonial, and also I would like to acknowledge Annabella session. It was really specific and special. However, if we have prevention and then we have screening, and unfortunately prevention and screening fails, it means that we need to tackle. We need to, I'm an oncologist, and we need to have a right tool to early and appropriate diagnose patients, and also to have the right tool to treatment in an effective way. So at the beginning, after university, I tackle with the pediatric oncology. Right now, when I can see the advances and new drugs approved, however, not reimbursed, I decided at some point to work on a phase 1 studies, with phase 1 studies, and to be a part of the drug developments. Because also, as Inke said, the patients who have got metastatic disease, and many of those who also great performance status, it's not time for them to die. And usually those people are in my office, in my department, and looking and searching for help, and also for hope that we can do something. And we must do something. And with the innovation, with the new drugs, we can spread this hope, and to be sure that at least we can propose, and to, together with patients, having that trust to move forward into innovation. I'm not such effective in my treatment, because this is a huge challenge to treat patients who had progression on standard care at metastatic settings. However, it's absolutely amazing to have complete response, to have the effect of these therapies, and to see that at least as a community we can do together. And I'm representing Maria Sklodowska-Curie. I'm pretty sure that you know her. And the heritage of Sklodowska was that we need to keep research and care together. And it's why in our hospital, as you can see some point, perhaps you can also visit Warsaw, you will see 2 huge buildings, one for research, another for care, and everything around is a facility for diagnostics and also to facilitate this research. And this session is also about combining the care and combining this care with innovation, and together with implementation in clinical practice. So we will explore also synergies between ongoing EU projects and initiatives, emphasizing the personalization, innovation, and also collaboration in cancer research, diagnostics, and treatment. By integrating AI, precision medicine, advanced imaging, and also cross-project partnership, I hope that we will be able to contribute and to have maximized impact of that. So today's discussion, we will go through how those projects that we will present soon will interact not only as a project, but also a little bit broaden and to enhance collaboration, how those projects can help eliminate disparities, because we can see there is a lot of still in Europe, and also how we can build at the end sustainable and cooperative networks when all those projects are finished. So it's an honor for me to welcome my 4 distinguished experts and colleagues and representing very important projects. I will start with Thomas Dubois, Head of European and International Affairs at the French National Institute. And Thomas oversees the development of French position on cancer-related matters, including European Cancer Plan and participation in international collaboration. And Thomas will be showing perspective of EU NET-CC project, how to standardize, diagnose treatments, and provide care across Europe. And we've got also Vanya Miskovic, which is IT and AI expert from ENT and also from Politecnico di Milano. So we will be able to discuss about our 3 lung project, which we would like to see how you can advance AI-driven personalized lung treatment. And together with us is also Fernanda Ramos Gomez, a postdoctoral researcher at the Max Planck Institute and Experimental Medicine. And Fernanda focuses on the application of nanoparticles as a tracking tool for tumor and immune cells. So there will be the discussion about this real personalized treatment, how this innovation we can see in the practice and in clinic. And last but not least, Luis Bonmati, Director of Medical Imaging Department and Chairman of Radiology at the La Fe University and Polytechnic Hospital in Valencia, with the scope and interest in computational imaging, radiomics, and biomarkers. So, as always, as also was during the first session, I will ask my panelists for 2 minutes of very brief introduction, just give you an idea of what we will be talking about later on. So, Thomas, could you start, please?
Thank you, Ivana, and good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm Thomas Dubois, the Head of European and International Affairs at the French National Cancer Institute. And so we have the important responsibility to coordinate the EU NET-CCC joint action, which is European Network of Comprehensive Cancer Centers, flagship number 5 of the European Cancer Beating Plan, and which objective, I may say, is to establish a network of 100 comprehensive cancer centers in Europe. So just to give you a comparison, in the US, not for competition purpose, but rather to give you some sort of comparison, is there are 72 CCCs in the US. So it's an ambitious project. I would like to thank the support of the Commission for having these ideas. We will elaborate further during this panel, but it's a 112 million euros project for 4 years project. Sorry, it's already gathering 163 partners organizations. There will be more, and it's really ambitious. A lot of interest. In the 31 countries, so 27 member states plus 4 associated countries, Iceland, Moldova, Ukraine, and Norway. So, big project.
Indeed, a big project. So we will come back about to this project later on. And Vanya, what about I3 Lung?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ivona. My name is Vanja Mišković, and I'm here today to represent the i3 Lung project. That is the project focused on using artificial intelligence to guide the personalized treatment decision in lung cancer. It's an international multidisciplinary project. We have 16 partners, among them 6 are clinical centers, 4 from Europe, 1 from Israel, and 1 from United States. I am representing here the whole consortium today, and after I will give you a bit more details how we are actually planning to use all of this tool for this specific task.
Thank you very much, Fernanda.
Hello, everyone. I'm Fernanda. I work in Göttingen. Yes, thank you, the organization. Thank you for the invitation. I'm also representing a project, Fair Charm project. And what we are doing in this project is the development of a new technology. And the technology will allow us then to image, so to use this technology for better diagnostic and also monitor of treatments. Of course, now what we developed at the level of research. A next step would be the implementation of it in the clinics, of course. But right now, it's the development of a new technology. And I'm also here representing my whole project, my whole consortium. But if you have any questions, just approach me at any time.
And Luis, it's your turn.
Also, thanks a lot for the invitation. We are so proud to be here. Let me briefly summarize what are we doing. No? In some way, we do recognize that medical imaging is used in most diseases. Just to guess what's happening, and we learn from Ms. Hermar, we have to see the inside of the people, what's happening. And in some way, we also do understand that most of the research is not done with medical images. It's done with drugs, sometimes with new pathways, biology, molecular expressions. But there is a language behind medical imaging. Images express what's happening in your inner parts, in your organs. And we have to learn that expression. It's not only knowing that a lesion is there, that's detection, not only understanding if it's benign or malignant and which type of tumor, that's characterization, not only understanding the behavior, will it grow fast or slow or will metastasize, that's phenotyping. Not only understanding treatment, I mean, because of these images, best treatment allocation will be this one. It's also going through imaging biomarkers and radiomics. It's understanding what are we missing from medical images that will help patients and doctors and hospitals and healthcare systems to treat better and faster. And to do that, we started with so many projects at the European and national levels, trying to obtain that information, knowledge from medical images. And on those projects, we did recognize that there were troubles based on access to medical images, sharing with oncologists, biologists, pathologists, what do we want to do. Also, normalizing medical images. The ones obtained from different machines are different. And if we want to extract or calculate or quantitate something, we have to harmonize or normalize those images. And because of that, we started with the AI for Health Imaging initiative. That was a huge effort for projects on AI and medical imaging that did finalize on the European Cancer Imaging Initiative. And that was the base of EUCAIM. EUCAIM is an infrastructure. It is not a research project, but the infrastructure has linked more than 95 partners. The link of partners and projects and grants is growing and growing. As stakeholders, we have now more than 176 pharmaceutical companies, technological companies, small and medium companies, companies on AI, but also researchers and medical hospitals and institutions willing to share data, software, and research communities, knowledge and understanding to develop whatever tools and pathways are available where medical images are pivotal at the end for the best of patients. That's in summary, EUCAIM.
Amazing. So as you can see, we've got intro into very important project. However, if you would like to see the results of this project in a clinical practice, we just need to tackle about integration with the healthcare providers and ecosystem that is already there. So I've got question to Thomas. You're the first. So in terms of early diagnosis, your network should interact with those outside your network. Healthcare providers also responsible for early diagnosis. What is your idea how you can do it?
Well, first, a comprehensive cancer centers is actually an integrated structures. So I think structures in plural actually, because we even going at the beginning of the project, we had to define what means a CCCs in Europe, due to the fact that we have a related heterogeneity between different member states. So we have to, propose a harmonized definition of that. But what is sure that a CCC must integrate a combination of care, research, education, and innovation. So that's the point. So actually, basically, by definition, they are the forefront of early detection, but also diagnosis, research, and so on. So, but the main role is also to ensure, you have a translation of research into clinical practice, and that they're like a key component and the key role. They're playing strategic role also in training for healthcare professionals. So not only from their CCCs, but for local stakeholders, partners, GPs, and so on. And they have the capacity to structure the ecosystem at the local level. So that's really something that we've put in the European definition of CCC to enhance the collaboration at the local level with the whole stakeholders that are, involved in patient pathways. So this project is ready to ensure that all cancer patients, regardless of their location, have access to the cutting-edge treatment, best practices in oncology care, and the collaborative cross-border expertise network. So both at the local, national, and European level, all combined. So that's the project. First, to make sure that they remain at the forefront of early diagnosis, but also treatment, as you have asked me. We have proposed to establish a certification framework to make sure that we have a common framework of excellence, harmonized between member states, and how quality standards actually across Europe provided to cancer patients. So it will enable, obviously, also to spread innovation in different CCCs, new innovations of, for instance, liquid biopsies or genomic sequencing or artificial intelligence tools, for instance, but also to improve actually the capacities of Europe to develop multi-center clinical trials, for instance, which is actually something on which we may improve, I guess. So they're also CCC's key actors to transfer knowledge on different aspects, and they actually been asked to expand beyond their own structures, but to go actually to improve their coordination with all the stakeholders that are involved in their what we call catchment area, so in their regions, finally to improve the patient pathway.
Thank you very much. If it is okay, I would like to continue this interaction with project and real life. So this is a question to Louise. So you're working on infrastructure, but IT infrastructure is in Europe. It's in the different maturity level everywhere. So the question is to you, how you would like to scale up your project and to get all information that we produce as clinicians into your platform?
Well, that's an extremely important question and topic. What we are doing and what we understand is that we are on the digital transformation of society and healthcare. That digital transformation is linked to maturity levels at different places and different hospitals and different regions and countries. Their level of digitalization is different. We have in some way to forget that there will be a single standard on every place and every hospital and every region, because that will, in our understanding, never happen. And what we are doing is react on the interoperability of the data, which means that the data has to be readable and understandable in every single place, because we do understand how it was written. In some ways, like language, as I spoke on medical images. No? Irrespectively of the language that you are using, for the infrastructure to harmonize all the data, we have to understand all those languages and develop a common data model that is usable. We do have within EUCAIM our own, because we are behaving as an infrastructure at the European level, our own common data model standard, but we guarantee that we do understand whatever standards, most common ones, are used at the European level. Like whatever, OMOB, FIRE, or the other different ones. No? That's one issue. The other issue is that we are helping also hospitals and research infrastructures to apply to the highest level of digital maturity as possible, meaning that there are so many that are really willing to be linked to the EUCAIM network to allow fast observational studies to be done, not discussing on where is the data located, how are you pointed to the pathology, pharmaceutical, treatment, images, clinical or nursing information. And we are helping them through our training engagement on how things should be properly done to allow this extraction of data, local extraction, to be done as fast as possible, not to spend and lose time on data recruitment, which is something which is one of the most important barriers in research. How fast do we apply for data?
Yeah, so indeed, I promised to talk also about synergies. I'm involved in Comprehensive Cancer Infrastructure for EU, CCI4E project. And a part of this project also was to assess the maturity, not only about sites, but also the digital transformation as well. So perhaps also will be important to cross the information and also to support each other in this matter in near future. Because this project that I'm referring to is also it's not only about the assessment of maturity, but also when there is something needed to do, go deep dive and to give the right expertise to improve and to reduce these inequalities that we definitely can see, and to be ready for the platform you are developing. However, with innovation, yes, so Fernanda, you would like to propose for us better understanding how cancer looks like, to go through personalized treatment.
Yes, exactly. So
how we can see your outputs in clinic and when?
Yes, when, yes. I mean, right now what we are developing is very new, of course, but it's not ready for the clinics. And this has to be also realistically look at it. Because first what one develops is in the research modules. And this step is also very important. It has to be validated. It has to be, because sometimes you have one device, of course, or one technology, and from this one technology, then you can then take out many other small devices or devices that then could be applied in the clinics, but not. We are not there yet, but that's where we want to achieve. That's what we want to achieve, of course. So first we have the development of something, but the vision is, of course, always the patient. Translational is very hard. It's a long process, but it's important also what we are doing here. I actually wanted to mention these meetings where also we avoid, because sometimes we have so many partners, the CCC structure would be amazing to exchange contact with, because let's say that I want to implement my device or new technology that has to be also fitted to the clinic, and it depends where it will be used, of course. It has to be adapted for that clinics. And we have a lot of exchange also with clinicians, with the people which are working every day with the patients. And their feedback is extremely important. So we have to know, is it helpful? Is it... does it help, or what we are doing here is not better than, again, H&E? So what is the need out there? And this exchange would be very, very important then. To contacts with UK and contacts with CCC, this has to be fostered. So knowledge exchange, very, very important.
Okay, so I also add another project, Jane. This is just a project with network of expertise, and within this network we have a specific task, high-tech technologies, and within this network you can see experts tackle with functional diagnostics, radiomics, and perhaps it would be also important just to integrate actions into one direction and to support each other. So if there is any wish to collaborate, then for sure it will be time to do it. However, Jane, it's a network of expertise, and I've got pleasure to co-lead this poor prognosis cancer network of expertise with Mef Nilberg from Sweden. And in this project, in this network, we would like to address our action to patients with poor prognosis cancer, and we selected right now two indication, pancreatic cancer and also lung. So it's great pleasure for me also to discuss with Vanya about a possibility of personalized lung cancer treatments using AI and this software that you are developing. Could you just tell us how we can do and how we can support each other? And at the end, when we can see in clinical practice your solution?
Yes, so I will try to explain to you what we are doing right now in our research. So when a patient goes to the medical oncologist and the medical oncologist needs to give him a treatment plan, he's dealing with oncologist with a lot of information. He needs fast and in the best way possible to process all of this information. And what we are trying to do actually is to help in medical oncologists to do this by using the tool that we are developing. We are developing a decision supporting system tool that will use all this information that are available in the clinical practice, starting from CT scans, PET scans, including also tissue slides, genomic information, clinical information, demographic information, blood results, all the things that are available. And we are trying to put them together using this multimodal tool. This is the name officially. And we are trying to help in the decision making to medical oncologists by developing our tool. And I would like to say that right now we are working on the lung cancer specifically, and we are working with the lung cancer data. However, this methodology and this approach is scalable also to all the other cancers. And for example, let me just give you a specific example on the lung cancer and how is this working in practice. So the thing is with the lung cancer, as Ivona was saying, it's a poor prognosis cancer. And we also saw slides before. It's usually diagnosed very late. And we are specifically dealing with advanced metastatic non-small cell lung cancer. And the point is that there is a therapy that in the recent 10 years, let's say, is starting to change the treatment for these patients. However, not all the patients respond to this therapy. This therapy is called immunotherapy. And currently, there is no reliable biomarker to say which patient will respond to therapy and which patient will not respond to this therapy. And this is the specific problem in our project that we are trying to deal with. So we are trying to personalize the treatment for the patients and to using all of this data that is available to come to the conclusion which patient will actually be the one who will respond to the treatment. By this, we are trying to improve the efficacy of the treatment and to reduce unnecessary toxicity that can be caused by these treatments. As I mentioned before, methodologies that we are developing specifically AI algorithmic tools that we are using right now, they're focused on the lung. However, the same methodologies, the same algorithms can be applied, of course, also to the data that is coming from different types of cancer.
So would be happy if Luis share his repository with you, and then you will have more data?
We already discussed during the lunch because we do not want to reinvent the wheel. As I said, we are dealing with a lot of different data modalities, and for us it's extremely useful to share the best practice from other people coming from, for example, in this case, field of radiological images. In our case, we are developing our own platform that is dedicated to this specific project where all the data is being gathered, and we are then analyzing this data and harmonizing this data, and this is specifically the moment where we could interact with the other projects.
Okay, so also with Jane, because Arcelia,
Yes.
her boss, is
Yes.
in our work package. So, however, what about Toma and Vanya? Would you like to also to validate your software through the network?
Yeah, so currently, as I said, we have 6 clinical cancer centers partners. Of course, the idea, and if we really want to implement this in a clinical practice, this is not enough. We need to validate the tool across more and more data, and across data that is coming from a different demographic populations, from a different locations. And yes, definitely, it will be a great connections for us.
Toma?
Definitely, because that's actually the purpose of this. So we're creating a platform actually. So, and with infrastructures that we know they have the quality to, perform different kind of project, let's say. So it's not one size fits all, but I mean, for sure you will find in CCCs the resources that you will need to develop pilots, for instance, but also with this platform to make sure that you have the capacity for the scaling up at the European level when the solutions will be ready.
One comment also from my part. It's not, I mean, we will be more than happy to link I3 Lung with EUCAIM. The reason is because that will enlarge the number of cases and allow researchers on AI to be more accurate and reproducible and so on. But it's not only that. It's not only a place to allocate data. It's also a place to exchange knowledge. Within EUCAIM, our knowledge is on medical imaging, and we do prepare images, harmonize, normalize, extract radiomic features, those who are reproducible, non-redundant, explainable, and that type of knowledge is also of help to those that are willing to answer a clinical question, which is this patient going to respond to immunotherapy? So we will love to not only allocate data, also share experiences and knowledge.
Yeah, so this is, I think, that very beautiful take-home message number 1, that we can integrate projects after this session. So HaDEA colleagues, great that we are able to be here and in this group. But at some point, our project is over, and then what we can do, how we can sustain, and to plan for future activities. So yes, let's start with Fernanda. How you envision further development? What got your idea? It's about future, and the project is over, and your solution is not yet ready.
Well, that's something interesting, yes, to discuss. Like the previous, she pointed out very well, yes, to keep sustained funding. What do we do? Because it happens very often in research too, that many devices or many good ideas, they started when the funding is done. People are not there anymore to continue. That's really sad, and really, really, it's also, you invest so much money, and the money is then all gone to the bin if you don't continue with that work. So this is really a discussion that has to be taken seriously and has to be thought really true, because you develop something. In some institutions, they do keep the funding, they do keep then this translational. Now we have this huge device that we developed, and it's there. It could be then a funding for then translating it into the clinics, of course, if the results come out good and you have to write something further. But if nothing happens, I honestly don't know what will happen, because then it's that decision that it's above of a senior scientist or above even a professor, what to do with that and how to proceed. Of course, the collaborations inside of, they are helpful, but they are also not the ones who will bring it further. So this is a discussion, is a serious discussion that we must consider and we must have it.
Okay, so probably it's the same for I3 lung, because right now we have immunotherapy, we have the targeted treatments, we have some guidelines. However, I hope we will be much more effective and the guideline will change, and we will have also added new information. So what about your project? How to make it sustainable? How to continue and to update all the time in future?
Yeah, it's exactly the same as Fernanda was mentioning. We have already an ideas how our project is ending 2027. We have some outputs that will be produced during this project, but to continue and to do the proper implementation in clinical systems, we would need to have a further funding and a plan to work on this specific thing. We need to be able to continue with our research in this direction.
Thomas, 4 years and then what?
Well, so still we have many challenges to address actually for the implementation, but obviously we already think about the future, and actually we see a real opportunity, not only in the cancer community actually, but mainly speaking for investment in research, in care, and in also digital infrastructures with this network of CCCs. Basically, you will have this platform. So UNSC is not only actually a project, it's a catalyst, I think, for truly integrated cancer ecosystem, where you will find the main resources to invest, leveraging the existing project actually, and also European, national and local fundings and initiatives. So it's actually a real, what we mean by added value to me. So, and in terms also targeting, cancer, and obviously we're looking for, greater impact for the patients, and this is actually what we have to deliver. But the resources are already here. I mean, we're not starting from scratch. It's just about combining the actual forces that are in place, but a further effort for coordinating and further enhancing the cooperation at different levels, as I was saying. But we already have the infrastructure, so which is ready, to provide more translational research, already engaged in reducing disparities at different levels, not only, in the big cities, but also in the remote areas. That's a critical point now. I mean, when we talk about inequalities, it's not between member states, it's also within member states. And we're facing even France, for instance, or Germany. The most maybe highly resourced equipped have still inequalities problems. So that's really a real key solution on which we should build on. So it's also to propose a model when we think now we know there's already, these debates on the MFF and then the future of the research program and the EU for Health and so on. You have there a real platform which can also to invest on digital. So for instance, we have actually the capacity for, establishing a real federated data infrastructures, actually compliant with the European Health Data Space, fully able to share data and to provide also to do research projects on the data and so on. And we also have actually the capacities to use those data to tackle rare cancers, complex cancers, on which we don't have the solution now. So that's can come with this platform. So we're very much ambitious. It's also to train the next generation scientists, which is something important, I guess, in terms of investment. When we speak about investment, how we use the money is to invest in, of course, trainings, capacities in the future is important, but it's also that with this platform we have the capacity to cooperate not only between European member states but at the international level. So with this platform we have the capacity to speak with our US counterparts. I'm not sure it's the moment to speak about the US, but with our international partners and to establish also real strong cooperation with international agencies such as HaDEA, OECD on different aspects. So really there are many challenges, but we also see as a great opportunity, and we want to thank again the European Commission for its commitment in this project and in the European Cancer Beating Plan in general, and we're looking forward for future investment.
So thank you. Indeed, challenges. However, I think that also is a challenge for Luis to keep this platform and to gather data after the project.
Yeah, it was when I was listening, I was just thinking on what to add, And I guess we are speaking on data for secondary use, which is mainly data that was obtained for research. Then I was thinking on all the research projects we have been engaged. There was a work package on sustainability, and all of them failed. I mean, there was data disappear, data is fragmented, and once the project finalized, then there is no way to keep the data to be reused for further research. The tools on AI, processing, denoising, whatever we did were not used because they were not kept, and there were newer tools that were better, and they did not transfer to the market because that's extremely difficult today. And also the community that it took years, the network of researchers to work together also disappear. And just to avoid that, our understanding is that we do need, as it was commented by Thomas, we need really stable infrastructures where data, tools, and research communities can stay there and work on the reuse of data, software, and further improvements. And that's the step we are doing in EUCAIM. I'm so proud that just a few days ago, we submitted the pre-notification to become a HaDEA, European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, willing to have a legal entity to be part of this European health data space as an authorized participant, where data for research, also tools and people can be linked as nodes or panel of nodes in this multi-country project, and only having infrastructures that will receive this information, I do think that we will keep sustainable what we are doing.
May I have a question about the pentahelix? So this is the concept that we can gather different players into one table and invite collaboration and then make our project perhaps much more sustainable. So if we have collaboration with practitioners, academia and researchers, but also industry, patients, and also policymakers, perhaps it would be kind of important solution for our actions. So my question to each of you is about your partnership. Do you have a patients organization already involved in your project? Do you have in mind to think about interaction with industry? Luis.
Me. Well, in my feeling is that in life and in science, in research and in healthcare, we need to incorporate all the different partners and scenarios. I mean, of course, it's patients, and of course, it's professionals, physicians, engineers, physicists, chemistry. I mean, whoever is linking to the problem. This is we are not
multidisciplinarity.
Yes,
right?
fully. In fact, that's one of the main troubles. I mean, we spend time keeping aligned all the multidisciplinary team. And we have to understand, all of us, what do we want to do and why do we want to do that, no? So multidisciplinarity is extremely important. And of course, we have to engage industry. I mean, industry is mandatory, mainly in healthcare. If whatever we do is not transferring to the hospitals, then we are doing nothing. We are losing the money. We have to transfer knowledge and solutions into hospitals. And industry does that. Companies do that. So that's why we engage them, no? And of course, we have to engage, patients' organization is critical. And I do understand that policymakers will be great, but not pretty sure how to engage even more, no? But that will be also important, yeah.
Thank you. Fernanda?
Yes, we also have collaboration with also companies, yes, and they are also interested in further development of their own devices as well. So also trying to make something that could be, they are also listening to our feedbacks and trying to do something that could be then more translatable as well. Also, like I mentioned, multidisciplinarity is very important, yes, to have a team that it's composed by different minds, so you achieve much farther then. Yes, and also now in many situations there comes from research many spin-offs of small companies, startups that you try then, like Luis mentioned, like that with startups you try to reach them further, a bit further than just with the research.
And what about the patients advocacy groups?
We don't patients. We don't have
enough.
nothing officially. Yes, nothing officially so far. But with clinicians, yes, clinicians constantly. Yes, we have close contact with clinicians.
And what about the ethics committee? Do you have any?
Yes. Yes. They are in Germany. I mean, it's Yes, we are working close with them because for us in Germany they are extremely hard. And even like when we are talking about data sharing, we would love to, but even just the data to share and to transfer to some other place, everything has to be written, everything has to be ethically approved. We have, of course, for everything ethicals. And for the patient, the samples from the patients too, even to bring to another place, it has to be explicitly written in the ethics. So yeah, it's something that we want to do, of course, we are willing to, but we have first to deal with very carefully through the ethics committee.
Thank you. And Vanya, what about your project and this interaction with patients advocacy groups?
I am very proud to say that we have a patient advocacy group as a member of our consortium. We also collaborate with psychologists that are here. I see them today, representatives. We also have members of legal departments that are in charge of the ethical regulations, and so multidisciplinary, it's really something that is very, very emphasized in HaDEA Lang. Also, not just also between us, like me as coming from a technical field with our PI that is coming from a medical field. Together we also started our research lab in Milano that is actually joint between our two institutions. That's why I'm always representing two institutions. And I think this is extremely important because through this lab on a daily basis, we also in person have a contact with each other and discuss all of these things. And before making some big decisions and how we want to continue in the implementation and development of our tool, we are consulting with them and taking their inputs as very important to continue and how to plan our research. And honestly, I think this is crucial if we want to do something meaningful, because as it takes a lot of time to handle multidisciplinary team, but it's something that is the most important, I would say, in this kind of projects.
So Thomas, for you, how to interact with patients advocacy group, because patients advocacy groups and other societies are not part of your network now, but it would be good to have this kind of bridge.
So it's not allowed to have in a joint action, but like to integrate them as partners, but obviously we want to develop the dialogues with the cancer patients. But actually, I mean, we just establishing the platform. So the CCCs themselves, they have, you know, obviously the ambition and mission to develop those collaboration with both cancer patients and the private sector. So when I was referring to the certification processes, actually it's consisting of set of standards and criteria. And EU NetCCC, we have established a framework of 7 domains. One of them is the is obviously development of the innovation ecosystem, and that's a key element of a CCC now. So we just so talking about, you know, these innovation clusters and so on. So that's one of the key objectives that we've put in the project. And I actually so it's not so the project will be to enhance the capacity of CCCs by first providing them more visibility for the private companies to invest and to provide them with the capacity for clinical trials, for instance, but actually also to develop different kind of project, different, so again, it's not one size fits all. As for instance, I've seen Mustafa was here. We have already a good private-public partnership in Europe, which is Innovative Health Initiative, actually. So I think, again, this platform is a very good candidate to develop different kind of programs with CCCs. So definitely we will continue to provide, I mean, to encourage the CCCs through the certification process, but also to provide them with the capacities to do so, and as for instance also to give them more capacity to engage in such European projects. So I was referring to IHI, but also Horizon Europe, ERC, and so on. That will be a key component also of the certification process, actually, to make sure that the CCCs are engaged and committed to perform in those European projects. So that's a key element. And referring to cancer patients, I mean, no need to say that it's really at the core of the governance of CCCs. We will encourage them to go further. I mean, all the professionals that are engaged in CCCs are already very much committed to that. So the question is, what is the best solution to do it, to integrate the cancer patients in governance and so on. So we will have the platform to exchange on those good practices and to make sure that it will be implemented in a harmonized way in Europe. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I'm biased because I am responsible for clinical trials and phase 1 majority of them, so because of pharma, and actually we've got those drugs, so we can also propose to patients. So this is also the infrastructure for clinical trials. So this is the link that we also need to take into account. Of course, it's great pleasure also to have our own studies, academic studies. So probably it will be also the space for such activities. So we still have time, which is great. And I would like to go with the final question about the synergies and collaboration. As you can see, then we have one interaction between ACAM and Lung that they want to collaborate. What do you need in the future to have this such kind of action and understanding who is doing what in the project and how we can in the future interact? Meetings like that, if so, HaDEA, hello. Perhaps something else. I don't know who would like to be a volunteer. Fernanda.
I was about to, yes. Yes, I think meetings like that, they are great, yes, to get to know projects that we even had no idea that were happening. And yes, exchange of knowledge, yes, symposium organizations. I think each of us in these projects, we do have to organize also symposiums. So now, and we know that we have to organize, and now we have even a bigger network of people that we can call to make part of it. So yes, places like that or opportunities like these meetings, they should happen often, yes, because, yes, this is a great place for exchanging between projects that then we know already what it like. We don't want to do everything again. We can already use and cooperate and exchange things which are already developed.
Vanya, I've got a question. What about to use AI to understand better what's going on in different projects?
Let's try first without. No, I'm joking. No, I would just add, I agree definitely this type of gatherings, but I would also like to add, because again, I'm coming from a technical side, and for us also shared training programs, for example, where there young people who are coming into projects could actually learn stuff that from experts in the field that are already existing, for example, through summer schools or exchanging visiting periods or something like that, I would say. We are trying to do something like that. We are organizing this summer, for example, summer school for young oncologists and data scientists who would like to enter in the field of oncology. So I think this is also very important, especially for us who are working in technical fields, where you need to be focused on very specific thing. It's the best from the beginning to learn from the best experts in the field, and I think we should use this kind of project to connect within each other and to maybe organize also things like that.
Luis, Toma, what is your idea?
Well, my feeling is that, well, of course, these meetings are critical, no? And training, exchange, people is also extremely important. I was just thinking that we do have collaborations and we do have networks, and in some way Europe is constructed on these networks, no? We can also improve knowledge and exchange of information, but we are based on this model, no? And how to even foster that model, I think the most important issue will be meetings like this one, at least for me, because this, you know more people, you engage with new projects, and we develop empathy, which is also critical, no? Willingness to do this.
The easiest is for Thomas, because in his project there are so many people, and I'm sure that those people are integrated. So how would you like to share this information with your network? How to integrate, how to, to monitoring what's going on in different projects?
Well, first to answer your question, I think in one word, what we need is time and sustainability. So I really like your idea, and I think this is something that's in some projects we already have the resources to do it. That's the case for UNSCC, so I'm very pleased that we will be able to have this young generation traveling throughout Europe to, really have the capacities to learn from each other and so on. So really to establish concrete links between member states, communities. So that's really important. I'm looking at Elisabeth, who knows that by heart in NIAC, but that's at the European level, it would be a fantastic thing. So I'm really looking forward to see this happen. I agree with Luis. I think to me, it's already happening. It's already there. But honestly, we just need time to make it like to show that we can have impact. It takes time also sometimes to establish those synergies and so on. We've been trying to connect actually with UCAM, with our US counterparts, and I think we can make it like quite easily. So things are happening, but we need time again.
Thank you so much. I think that I'm myself on pretty good synergies because I'm involved in many projects. Absolutely, I'm not at the top. The top is our next moderator, Mark. Indeed, going through the different projects, we can see that in one project we are talking about the molecular tumor board, is a PCM for EU, and then we have another can heal, and then so this is the matter how we can discuss together, integrate, and to have the right direction to reach our goals. So. 1 minute left, so I will make a final conclusion for this session. So, number one, it's a collaboration, it's a key. So, cancer research treatment must be approached as a collaborated effort across different networks, projects, and also goes into the specific healthcare system to see its value. And EU-funded projects
dry impact. And this initiative, like EUNet, i3Lung, FERTREM, and EUCAM, and many others, for sure may accelerate innovation, but everything is in our hands to make the right usage and also to find synergies, again, to maximize impact. And so, of course, with this innovation, like Fernanda proposed, and also Vanya and many others related to personalized oncology, we can be much more effective. To be honest, to have the response is great, but primum non nocere. We also be sure that we do not harm our patient, and how we can find the best solution between the effect of treatment, also its safety. And with the sustainability, there was a lot of before. And this is 6 seconds ahead of our time. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for another great panel discussion that we witnessed. Thank you so much for your participation and for us also to learn much more about diagnosis and treatment. And I think one of the final points is where the panel discussion also went into what is needed next. And that for sure is like coming together and to meet and greet. And that is exactly what we're going to do right now again, because we have a coffee break in store for you right now, again, in the same room opposite to this room. And we would like to welcome you back again at 4 o'clock. Also for the audience joining us online, see you back at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you for a final time to please take your seats. That would be much appreciated. And I promise you later on, again, there will be ample of opportunity to network. But first, we're going to start with the final part of today's program. And as you've witnessed already, we had some really wonderful, impactful, and inspiring testimonials. And now we're going to witness the final testimonial of today. And for that, I would like to introduce to you Erik Sturdersen from the Youth Cancer Europe EU Network of Youth Cancer Survivors. Erik, I would say the floor is yours. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Erik. I'm from Sweden. I was diagnosed at age 15, 21 years ago with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So I'm 37 now, quite old for an adolescent and young adult. But here we are. So I had a lot of complications from my treatment, several direct complications that just kept getting worse. The worst one was an acute necrotizing hemorrhagic pancreatitis. And this, in turn, it led to diabetes. I also had issues with epilepsy, mental health issues, especially I had mental health issues, as well as with hormones. And I'm here to talk about the perspective as a cancer survivor with mental health issues and who is a neurodivergent cancer survivor, essentially. So before my treatment, I was very athletic. I was very outgoing. I studied full-time, like any other adolescent. But with the treatment, this all changed overnight, and all of that was erased. Straight after the treatment, my biggest issue really was fatigue. I was constantly tired. I was apathetic. I was lethargic. I couldn't do anything, basically. This did improve eventually. After about 5 years, I started to be able to go to the gym, study part-time. However, repeatedly I crashed over and over again. So I had to stop studying. I could not go to the gym. And this was repeated over and over and over again. I realized very recently that this was not a crash, it was a burnout. So I burnt myself out, and I was chasing my old life. Through all of this, there was a distinct lack of support from the healthcare system. And the treatment that was, that was offered was always medications and never therapy. My last experience really was 7 years ago, the last interaction I had with the mental health care system. I waited for about a year and a half, 2 years to see the psychiatrist before I finally saw one. During this time, I did not receive psychosocial support, essentially, at all. But even then, after they finally said that you will get a psychologist, it would still take 1 more year. So in total, I waited almost 3 years to see a psychologist. But at this point, I felt that I had had enough with the system. So I decided to find my own path. I got involved with patient advocacy, Youth Cancer Europe, and I took up wildlife photography. I started to travel the world, basically Romania first, then Costa Rica, Malaysia, Borneo, and I found my own path. However, the healthcare system, you still have to interact with it, and it's still not adapted to people like me with the issues that I have. For instance, I have PTSD since the chemotherapy treatment. And in doing surgeries, for instance, focus is always placed on equal care, not equitable care, meaning you get the same treatment as a neurodivergent person with PTSD going into a surgery as someone who does not have these issues. The problem with this is that it will lead to a panic attack, the planned treatment, the amount of time that you're supposed to be in rehab at the hospital is reduced. So for me personally, I went home the day after. I was supposed to stay for 5 days, maybe longer. But I could not take it. So I wanted to touch specifically on neurodiversity and the inability of the healthcare system to provide care for us. Oftentimes the situations are very stressed. The doctors, they don't have a lot of time, and frankly, they don't have a lot of education in how to deal with us. So I have a need for a very thorough explanation. If I don't understand everything, I don't understand anything. This means that I ask a lot of questions. It takes time. And oftentimes I experience that doctors, they think that you can't understand or that you won't understand, and they start to look down on you and certainly not take you seriously. And with all of these experiences, you start to build up a distrust in the system. So at first you're asking for help, you're not getting it. And that's the healthcare's fault. But eventually you stop asking for help because you don't trust the system. And at that point, it's basically on you. either way, my path, it was never through the healthcare system, not really. I did have to find my own way. As I said, I got involved in patient advocacy at first through Youth Cancer Europe, and then again traveled the world, but I'm here now speaking for EUCASNet, the European Network of Youth Cancer Survivors. And this was really my way out of this destructive world. But it did take a lot of work to get to where I am now. When I started 7 years ago, I had a meet and assist service at the airport because I could not travel alone. I was so nervous, I missed flights. But then I pushed myself, I traveled, I did all of those things, and things improved. All of those issues that I've had have also led to a challenged socioeconomic status as well. And this is an experience that many cancer survivors have because we are delayed in our life development. The fact that I had these crashes or burnouts, as most people would call it, it led to me taking 10 years to complete high school. This in turn means that for me to get a higher education, it's highly unlikely. It's going to take a very long time, and even if I did manage it, it would take such a long time that at the end of it, I would be old enough that it itself wouldn't be worth it, especially when you cannot work full time, which I cannot. A 3-year course is going to take 6 years. If you study half time, 25% is going to take 12 years. And this means that you're always in an economically challenged position, which is a fate that unfortunately many of my fellow survivors share. So again, I did manage to find my way through Youth Cancer Europe, EUCAIAS, but this path, it is not paved, it is not marked. And this is something that has to change, and I think it will change through projects like the EUCAIAS-NET project, as well as cooperation through CCI, Youth Cancer Europe, and other organizations. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric, for having shared your story, your personal story with us as well, which also shows treatment is one side of the coin, but of course with medication, but therapy is important as well. And we need to pay attention to the side effects of cancer, which is something that you raised as being very important. And I can honestly say, Eric, there's only one thing, is to be very proud of yourself that you're here, and I think also that the network of youth cancer survivors has a great ambassador with you. Once again, a big hand for him. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, having had this very inspiring testimonial, we are now going to discuss into more detail what it actually means to be a cancer survivor. What does it mean for quality of life? And for that, allow me to hand over for the final panel discussion of today to Mark van den Bulke from Cienzano from Belgium, was also part of the joint action ECAN. So I would say, Mark, where are you? There you are. Great, and please give him a big hand.
I will immediately invite my colleagues, panelists, to sit with me. But first of all, Eric, I had prepared a whole introduction for myself, but I think I will have to change it a little bit because your speech really hit us straight where we are. I think what you said is really to the point. And I recognize a lot of things that in Belgium also, with some of the contacts that we had with the young cancer patients, is the same. It's really a hard time. And it's extremely brave of you to come here. I think we're all very, very glad that you made that statement. I really like the notion that you say there is a difference between medication and therapy. It's very important. And the psychosocial help that you need. You also made it very clear to us that it's a struggle that has a lifetime impact. You really, higher education, you say, is a problem. You find your way, and I'm very glad also to hear that one of the projects that here is the site is helping you, helped you. You probably helped them also. So it's an interaction that is there, and I'm sure that in the future we will continue to be able to count on you and you on the, I think, the initiatives that not only the Europe is taking, but also the member states. So thank you very much, and I think you deserve another applause from us once more. Okay, but I'm not supposed to talk too much myself, but I really think, Eric, you deserve attention from our side. And Yvonne already said, and Thomas, I don't know whether Thomas is still here. Synergies, it's all about synergies today, but time. I had written that as my conclusion on time is an essential point on creating synergies, and we already discussed a bit amongst ourselves. Of course, these days are nice, but you need to find the time and optimally make benefit of that. And Yvonne, you said indeed that Cienzano and myself, we are involved in many projects. I think the latest status was 27. Now, I heard from Marina that there is 176, so we still have the things to go. But we are in a number of different projects. There is joint actions. We already heard joint actions. There are CSAs, coordination support actions. There are RIAs, research projects. There are action grants. We are also in PCPs. So we are in the Digital Euro projects, which are a bit different. So there are very many different projects that the Commission is offering. And I think in many of the projects you can make synergies. And one of the topics that is very suitable for that is quality of life, survivorship. And in fact, if you look at the plan, the way I saw the plan evolving, it's now the time that this aspect will really come to operational, because in the first levels we started to make structures. Now we're going to go to real activities. Something that struck me for those who were in the kickoff meeting of the EBCP, I think the key word there was hope. Yes. I haven't heard this word maybe once. Somebody said, yeah, hope, yeah, me, yeah. But the thing is, this is about action. So we went from hope till action. And that is really something that struck me already for today. And I'm very glad that we will be able to discuss a little bit on the projects here with you on what we are starting to do on quality of life and survivorship of patients with cancer. Now, myself, so one of the projects that we were here for is ECAN. ECAN is on digital monitoring, telemedicine, teleconsultation in remote areas. And when I think Matthias asked Cienzano to take the lead, I said, remote areas, that's a little bit tricky in Belgium. We can talk about the Ardennes, okay? But remote areas is not only about geographically remoteness, but also physical isolation, and then of course that's another story. The joint action went very well, and we learned that indeed there is a lot of disparities. People are very enthusiastic because we were so brave to do some clinical trials. Some trials, 2 years project trials, the Commission was very reluctant. They say never going to work. We managed to do that. The group managed to install 2 clinical trials. We learned a lot from that. The trials were use cases. You learn from use cases. And in fact, you see that people sometimes think things are possible, while technically, legally, ethically, it's not possible. So that's the thing where you learned. We build now in ECAN Plus, further on that, so there's a follow-up. Practically all member states are now participating. And we're going to address a number of let's say, more practical issues like the reimbursement of these digital instruments, the applicability of these apps that here were presented, and there is one presented bumper, but there's another one on survivorship, the Smart App Survivorship. We will try to implement it because it's a joint action. Joint action is member states together with the Commission, but also people from the field. So we're going to try out these things in real world. And then ECAN and synergies. There will be synergies with EUNet CCC. I also wrote, we are in at least 4 or 5 projects on the European Health Data Space, so digital and European Health Data Space, that is linking to. We will collaborate with ÖKIM, also with the genomics data infrastructure. So, and we are running also, launching the Joint Action Personalized Medicine, molecular tumor boards, a bridge with EUNet CCC. You see, there is plenty of possibilities to make synergies on these projects. But okay, I will leave it here for my part as an introduction, and now I would like to go to the discussions with our partners. So I would open the floor. Okay, I would give first the floor to Carina to explain a little bit on the EU CAIAS project. Carina.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to, I don't know if you remember, if you saw that, but this morning in the first 2 panels, in that corner of the room, there was a quite large group of young people who had to leave now for the youth dialogue with the commissioner. And these were 20 of our approximately 50 youth cancer ambassadors of EU CAIAS-Net. And luckily, I would say, Eric and myself, we are too old to go to the youth to the youth dialogue this afternoon, so we can be here and together with our colleague Ike represent EU CAIAS-Net. So EU CAIAS-Net, the EU network of youth cancer survivors, is one of the flagship initiatives of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and we are so privileged to have been trusted the coordination and the lead of this wonderful project. So meanwhile, almost 3 years have passed that we could work on this together. And I would like to spend some minutes to talk about how we developed the framework for the proposal that we submitted. And I'm looking at Igor. You mentioned in one of your remarks the importance of co-creation and of involving the people with lived experience themselves. The unique thing about the EU CAIAS-Net is that this is a project that is led by patient advocates. So what we did, so from CCA Europe and Youth Cancer Europe, when we heard about this call for proposals, what we did was we called each other and said, okay, we need to put our heads together because this addresses both of our communities, our existing communities in Europe, and let's get representatives from our existing networks together and brainstorm and think which are our priority topics that we want to put in to this proposal and take the chance of hopefully for them to getting funded. And in this super nice virtual workshop with, and Eric, I think it was more than 20 or about 30 representatives, I think, young cancer survivors, we identified and we discussed and we identified the priorities that we wanted to have covered in this project. And so what we saw as priority, of course, the overarching theme of quality of life. And here we defined mental health and psychosocial care in the survivorship field, education and career support, then transition of care from pediatrics to adult settings, and it came up before also long-term follow-up care and late effects. Then another big area, and we are so grateful also that the European Commission is really taking up on this, is the care for adolescents and young adults with cancer, because this for so long has been so under-researched. So we are very glad that this is taking up now, also in other projects. However, we took it into our project as well. And then the issue, and Eric, you mentioned it, is also equity, diversity, and inclusion. across the whole cancer treatment and survivorship continuum. And then we went and we went to look for our partners, and so we got together a consortium of healthcare institutions, hospitals, research institutions, and professional societies, because also what we know, and I think we heard that a lot today, we can only do it if we do it together and put all our heads together. So one thing that was in the call text was also the request to have a virtual interactive platform to build this network of young cancer survivors, and this is what we developed, of course. And now again, I'm looking at Eric. We have this lively virtual network platform with more than 500 members already who exchange every day, and Eric is one of the moderators. 700 even, okay, so the numbers are increasing really rapidly. And then we had our work packages, as I mentioned before, quality of life, AYA care, EDI. And here we develop toolkits, joint position papers, clinical guidelines, and many other things across these areas.
That was what I was going to ask
Yeah.
to you. What was the final output? So it's mainly guidelines, outputs, but this virtual tool, this platform also,
Yeah.
an interactive tool.
Interactive, with also including a knowledge hub. So we collected hundreds of resources and papers and articles, etc., that we are putting there, also with lay language summaries. We translated them in many different European languages also to increase accessibility for this. And we try our best to signpost to initiatives, to existing projects.
Okay. So thank you, Karina. So now I would like Lieve to explain what's the EU Navigate initiatives or initiative.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm Lieve van den Blok. I'm a professor of aging and palliative care at Flemish-speaking university here in Brussels. I coordinate the EU Navigate project, which is a project that actually aims to span the whole trajectory of people who develop cancer and who are older. So it's a very a specific project, especially if I am hearing a lot of different projects here today that sometimes focus on specific parts of the disease trajectory, such as prevention, of course, or cure and treatment. The navigation concept itself, I would say, is applicable across the whole spectrum. Our specific navigation project really focuses on all the people who have cancer and often also other illnesses, so who have a declining health and who are supported by a navigator throughout this trajectory. So we catch them when they are in declining health, but basically this model could be transferred to other populations, I feel. The strength is really the trajectory support. So a navigator is not someone who navigates you through the internet, just to be clear. It is a person, usually in our countries a volunteer, sometimes also a social worker, or someone with a dedicated profile who is paid to do it. But we use a lot of volunteers too that are trained and coached and mentored. They're not left on their own. They're really within a specific network. They are matched to a client. We call them clients, not patients. They are matched to the clients, and then they see how they can support them, how they can empower them also to get the care and support and treatment that they need. Essentially navigate them, that's where the word comes from, to get access to the care, treatment and support that they need at that time to give them a good day and a good quality of life. We have 6 European partners, 1 Canadian partner and 3 wonderful international organizations, the European Cancer Organization, the European Association of Palliative Care, and Age Platform Europe, which were specifically chosen to get this synergy between all these different disciplines, which is crucial, I feel. As you all know, cancer is going to become a chronic disease. So I do feel this this relationship with the people who have been targeting people with chronic diseases is very important, and we can learn lots about each other.
So the navigate, I understood, it's a person. It's not a
navigator
tool.
is a person, yeah, who is matched, and they use tools, of course. They are also, in our specific project, really closely linked to the community, so where the people live. It's not linked to the clinic usually, it's usually linked in the community, and they really want to bridge health and social care, and community and voluntary care. So they try to find what people find important to give them a good day. And it can be exercise, it can also be social support groups within their region, and they try to get them what would bring them benefit. Not only specialists, but also generalists and community care, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So then I give the floor to Anne.
Yes, so it works. Thank you. So my name is Annemai. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a professor of cancer survivorship, and I'm the coordinator of Preferable and Preferable 2. You already met Ineke, one of our participants from the Preferable study. And both projects are under the umbrella of HaDEA, and I would like to thank Jannis for his guidance in these two projects. So Preferable is about the effects of exercise in patients with metastatic breast cancer. Before Preferable, there were no studies done in the metastatic setting because we did not apply exercise. And in this trial, we found that exercise was very powerful. And I always, when I present the results, I refer to Ineke and I say, we have the figures, the numbers, but Ineke has the story, and she could really tell us what it meant for her to add exercise to her cancer treatment. And I think that without this project, so without this European project, she would not have started exercise, and I think she would not have been there where she is now. So it always moves me when I hear her story. So in Preferable, we found that patients with metastatic breast cancer reported less fatigue, less pain, less dyspnea, a better quality of life when they exercised as compared to a control group. But more importantly, what we also did, we did a cost-effectiveness analysis, because that is what we need to implement interventions, supportive care interventions. And there we found that patients who exercised had less costs in healthcare. They missed, if they worked, less days at work due to their illness, and also in their social life there were less costs. And taking this together with the effects on quality of life, we saw that it was cost-effective to add exercise to the cancer treatment of patients with metastatic breast cancer. So that is what we are now advocating for. So then there's Preferable 2. This is a study that is running at the moment, and when we did Preferable, there was the pandemic, as we all know, and for a short time the patients needed to do their training at home, and that sparked the idea of Preferable 2. So now in Preferable 2, we include patients with all types of cancer after their curative treatment, and we offer them an exercise program in their living room. So they get the training via Zoom, and there's only one training center per country. And that, we think, increases the accessibility of exercise to people, because we do not need these facilities everywhere, and they can get it. Of course, now we are doing the RCT. We hope to prove that this is effective, and then we think it could be implemented, and it could also increase health equality. And also, we could implement this easily in countries where there's not a good facility for exercise at the moment. So I would say these are the two projects I'm representing.
Thank you, Anne. And indeed, Ineke was here, and she was linked to the first Preferable, I think. I hear you say that you did a cost-effectiveness analysis. I think that's a very important element. I think we will discuss that later also in barriers in getting implementation. Was this a very thorough, and also already with a randomized control and everything?
Yes, it was a very thorough analysis. So we really collected all medical and societal costs of these patients during the 9-month intervention. And then you can calculate what the costs are in both groups, and we saw that there were lower costs in the intervention group.
Okay, and when this session is about, this whole day is about synergies. So I have now a clue, of course, health technology assessment was done in this study. Would that be possible, for example, for Karina, for the work that you've been doing? Is that being considered, health technology assessment already, or?
So no, in our project, not. However, if we speak about cost effectiveness, then I immediately think, of course, about our work about transition of care, for instance, or long-term follow-up care. And here, what we see and what we saw in the work that we did, it is lacking considerably across European countries, and for a lack of funding in many cases, also for a lack of awareness in other cases, but mostly the lack of funding and this not being implemented properly in national cancer care plans. Then we have countries there where there is no national cancer care plan. And so when we try to go to the authorities or to the health ministries and say, we need this, we need you to invest in this, and we try to explain, look, if you do this, this will save you so much money on the long run, with having very, very bad late effects, and then people who cannot work, who cannot contribute to society, but then they say, yeah, but where are the numbers? How can you substantiate that? And this is where, I mean, and now I'm talking about us as patient organizations, where we come, you know, this is something that is very difficult for us to do. So here.
So this is in your mind, and I see Anne and Lieve nodding. This is something that we actually towards the future, building on what we know now. This is something where we should build on, and I think this is a clear indication also to the European Commission. They could help us in that.
Yep.
So, and I'll listen to Lieve maybe.
Yes, well, a good thing I think about the calls that the Commission writes is that they force us to consider a few things that they find important, which is how to create impact. And so that's, I think, the reason why effectiveness and cost effectiveness are often mentioned. So in our trial, we're also looking at the benefits of our intervention in terms of maybe not necessarily cost reduction, but at least not cost increase. Our intervention is aimed at, for example, also increasing early access to palliative and supportive care. And we know that from other studies, this is a cost-effective intervention. That doesn't necessarily mean it saves money, but it will if you compare to those who are not receiving palliative care, who go to the ICU or to the emergency department. Or it's mainly, I think, for those specific trajectories where it might be of benefit. But so we have included it.
I would like to add something, because I think cost effectiveness is also a speciality of people who need to really learn for that, and also cost effectiveness analysis across Europe are more challenging than doing them in one country. So what we did in our, the projects we are together in a quality of life cluster, and there we did a webinar about cost effectiveness analysis, where we really try to talk within all projects on how we should do these analysis and whether we can support each other in it. So I think it's important to get the specialists in cost effectiveness analysis together so that they can improve how we do that together in Europe. We also need to talk to health authorities, what they accept as optimal cost effectiveness analysis. And so I think that is something we really should do in the future.
Maybe Karina, I saw you nodding, no?
No, yes, it was necessary. I was nodding.
Yeah, I know, but I heard the word cluster. Yeah, because I know that some of the initiatives people are trying to maybe I'm not part of any cluster still now. So because we are mainly working in the EU for Health environment, and there it doesn't really exist. But I think it's something that comes from the research environment. Maybe all of you are, I understood, are part of clusters. Maybe you can give some impressions on what what the cluster is. Maybe also what it's look like, how you feel about the cluster. What's your experience, pro and cons? what we should do. So,
I think it's a new thing, and I also look at Jannis. It's there are calls, and then we were in a quality of life call together. So Lieve was also in that funded under that call, and then we were asked to build a cluster with all the studies in that call. And of course, to be honest, we were just put together, and there were different subjects. So what we now try to do is to find common questions we all have, so that we can benefit from the cluster. Of course, it also means for our projects that there is something added. So we are all busy with running our studies and getting that through, and now we need to add time to get this cluster being a success. So I think the best thing is to talk to each other and think what are the things we all struggle with, and that we can discuss in the cluster, and by that we can improve all our projects.
And how many projects are now in the cluster about?
About 9, I would say.
So 9 projects, that's quite a...
Yeah.
Because if I think about some of the projects that we are now running in the UNHCC, I look at Thomas, 146 partners. We are 160, 146. If you start putting all these projects together, you have a very large group. Yeah. So I think also in your projects, there's a lot of people involved. So that means, again, we come back to the notion time is probably critical. And maybe, Lieve, your experience with the cluster initiatives?
Yeah, my experience is limited in the sense that we only had a few meetings and then we focused on health economics. So Professor Peter May, who does the health economics, then goes to the cluster. I do see a lot of benefits from bringing projects together, either via quality of life cluster or otherwise. There's also a topic on palliative care that comes together. But I also feel if you really want to progress, it's not only linking projects that are already funded, but also clearly looking at, the call text and what you say the impact should be. Because if you make that really clear, that means the beneficiaries or the potential beneficiaries will really think clearly, how can I reach this benefit? And that always was very productive when I've written projects to understand who are the stakeholders here, at which level do they want us to collaborate, and how can we achieve that? And there you see a lot of dynamics that has more sustainable impact also than only the little context that you build up during the implementation of the project. Usually, if you set it up well, they might go beyond the project. So it's probably not... It's an end-to-end story, I think.
So what you're saying, the way the calls are really proposed or written has a real important impact on what can finally come out?
I think yes. I would say yes. Yeah.
Because sometimes what you see is that the calls are very broad. And then I think automatically you're in fact obliged to answer to all the elements of the call. You dilute.
That's right.
That is true.
Not so broad.
No, and I think what is crucial that you push good scientists toward societal impact. And some of them have been thinking about technological impact and economical impact, but social impact is also really important and very different, I feel, than economical impact, because you have lots of stakeholders, you need to bring them together, you need to speak the same language, an issue often. So I do feel if you write them up well that it can bring...
I think what Igor was mentioning, the social innovation, is a word that I captured, because we are very much in digital innovation, but social innovation is something. So you are actually echoing...
I agree.
Carina, what is your, let's say, thinking on the concept of the clusters and the approaches that we could, from your point of view?
And I think so, because we talked a bit about this before in the break, and I think as also for me there is some unclarity, because indeed on the tool, so, and I can't think what it is called, but where all the Horizon and EU for Health projects are listed, and you can look for them also by keywords and how they are connected. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Here we are listed, so EU CAIAS-Net, under the category of quality of life, but in fact we are not part of the cluster. But I do think that indeed this would be very, very relevant for us to step in these discussions and see how we can contribute and exchange. Yeah.
So it needs probably another step where we better have a view on who could really benefit from being clustered together, because now you say I could be part of it. So we have to work on how we do that.
That's true, and I also feel quality of life is really a transversal theme. So we now are sitting here in a quality of life session, but all the other sessions are also about well-being and humans you work with. So I feel it's very important to see that as something important to all.
But that's one of the things that I was writing and that I didn't say. We have to break these silos, because we are forced to work a little bit in silos, and because the prevention and the screening, the diagnosis and the treat, that's not exactly the same thing. But there is transversal elements that we should build on, and the quality of life is definitely something that is overall. Now let's move maybe. We had, okay, the cluster's fine. I think everybody is in favor. What other, because somebody at a certain moment, I don't know who, say, okay, we do research, then we go to policy, and then we have to implement. But these are different processes. What is, according to you, where are you? I think most of you are still in the phase more as research, developing. Carina, you're already clearly in policy recommendations develop, but then you go to implementation. So what do you perceive as issues in going from research to implementation, and implementation meaning really bringing it to patients, bringing it to citizens, bringing it into the healthcare systems?
Many, I see many barriers.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Surprise, surprise. So I do think that one barrier still remains awareness and stigma also, and with stigma comes a lack of awareness. So about the challenges that we face, in fact, and what is needed to overcome these challenges, then obviously national funding and national priorities and fragmentation of healthcare systems is a massive barrier when it comes to implementation. I mentioned national cancer control plans. So there is still so many. So I come from Austria. We don't have one. So many other member states also don't have one, and we need to have that, because only a framework. Yeah, you can, but you don't have to, and most of the time then it's also not happening because you don't have to. So this is a major barrier. And then also what I see is, so here on the EU level, and when I say also EU bubble, I mean it in the most, in the kindest and most appreciative way, because this is my favorite bubble to be in. Here we all collaborate, like across stakeholders, and we are aware about the importance and relevance of this collaboration, and it works well. We do it in projects, in initiatives. We are sitting here in this room, but this is not happening on the national levels. So if maybe sometimes, in your country, of course, the stakeholders, but for instance, coming from a patient organization, there is still so much work to do in the countries to convince the other major stakeholders to really collaborate with the patient stakeholders on, like as equal partners in the development that we strive to do, and then also do, in the country, and I mean again in our EU bubble, I think this is old news, but we are also, facing countries with a focus very much on national agendas, etc., and things that are coming from the EU are oftentimes not so well welcomed, I would say. So also here, if we say we have these amazing EU initiatives where so much money is invested for improvement, if we don't now use the momentum and implement it, this will all be gone, and we heard it a couple of times today, but sometimes this is not so much heard, I would say.
And okay, what could help you? If
Yeah, so I think events like these today are a very important step, because now I got to know Lieve, I got to know Anne and about your project. So I think this is a connection that is so important, and with the other colleagues. And then in the next step, we need to see, okay, how can we replicate this, what's happening here in our countries, so that we get to know each other in our country levels, so that we can put our forces together and then try to, push them a little.
Well, maybe there is a solution that is already being developed, and it's called the ECHOS project, where we try to mirror what's going on in Europe in the country. So maybe we can, because Annabella, I don't know whether Annabella is still here. Annabella is still there. So that's maybe a thing that, but you see, then you're not always aware what is going on. I think, and that is normal. And the initiatives, there's a tsunami of initiatives that is going on. It's very difficult to follow. But I give the floor to Lieve now.
I think
the barriers.
The barriers. Yeah, I'd like to say two things. One in terms of the research itself, and the other one more in terms of the impact. So I do believe that many of the new innovations or interventions that we set up, you have to try to do it in the messiness of the real practice. So if you do it in a very limited way in a specific clinic with one clinician, then it might end up being a good thing for that clinician. But how can you really do it in the difficult, pragmatic way that it's... So my advice to researchers doing EU-level research would really be start to think early on about implementation from the very start, not by the end of the project. And then secondly, I think the barrier that I really recognize in our project, we try to create international European momentum. We're also linking to global alliances, for example, but we have no clue how that is going to be translated nationally. We in our country, we can try to get in contact with you in Belgium. Or we can try to target specific politicians, for example, in Belgium. We are not sure whether our partners are doing that. So that translation from the international to the national, if you ask how do we need to deal with that, I actually don't have a solution for that, but I'm hoping you might have.
Well, we are indeed there are ways to be in contact with the policymakers then. So that's definitely in place, but it's true that many people are not aware how it's still working, even though we have a very active mirror group, and Lieve didn't even know that it existed, although there is within the organizations also sometimes a lack of information sharing, but okay. Anne, from your side?
Yeah, so just first looking at implementation of exercise, so now that we have the results, there are the barriers that it's not reimbursed yet. So we can say it must be standard care, but if not all patients can get it because they cannot pay for it, then this is a large barrier. So we hope that, for example, the cost effectiveness analysis will help us to get that out. So that is one barrier, and the second barrier is still that many healthcare providers do not know about benefits of exercise and do not talk to patients with it. So that is the other practical barrier that we can solve with more education. And I think we also should add lifestyle education in medical studies, so for medical studies, but also paramedical studies. So that is one point. The other point that is the problem of implementation is that we have these projects that are 4 or 5 years. In these projects, we can do the trial, we can do the analysis, the reporting, and start dissemination. But if you really want to do a thorough implementation, that will cost more time. And so now, preferable, for example, has been completed last year. So now it's us deciding to put time into the implementation and go to the policymakers to get that implemented. And what I think is that, at the one hand, Lieve is right that we should think about implementation from the beginning. But on the other hand, when we start a project, we don't know whether it will be successful, because the science is proving effectiveness, and it could also be that we are not right with our hypothesis and it's not effective. So we can only start an implementation process when we know that we do have an effective intervention. So I think there should be a funding mechanism that if you have an effective intervention, that then you can apply for money and get implementation scientists on board who can help you with the implementation. And the last thing I want to say is we also need lobbyists. So because I'm not a lobbyist, but we need people going to politicians and tell them about the positive effects of lifestyle. And that is another part, and also that is something we need.
Okay. Right, the lobbyist. I also hear, actually what I hear is that we should also in the clinical world have more attention to lifestyle factors and bridging more to the prevention side. And that's exactly one of the things that where I say bridging silos, that is one thing we should do also in the future. Now, so I think, we have some good ideas here on what we should do. And then I was coming to this term, I think it was also Igor who said the transdisciplinarity. That was the first time that I heard this term. Multidisciplinarity, I heard. The transdisciplinarity. So actually, in your work, in your projects, how do you include, I think for Karina it's rather obvious, the different players into your projects, that everybody is aboard. And like Ivona also said, and they have this nice pentahelix structure now. So how is everybody aboard in your initiative?
Yeah. So I can just give a steady, fast yes to this. So we have a very, very strong collaboration across the different disciplines. So here we really set up our project and also the research that we do and the development of materials and toolkits and papers that we do in such a way that in all of these working groups that we have the patient advocates. And we have the researchers, the healthcare professionals on board, co-creating and doing the research together and discussing the findings, and then again evaluating and having feedback rounds, etc. So and in creating also the policy materials that we build. So because we need the perspectives from all sides. Yeah.
And do you also have the policymakers in your schemes from the beginning?
No. So true. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, we then go to the policymakers and show them what we we came up with. Yeah.
No, I think that's an important. Even if they don't really have to be involved actively, but they have to be aware at least that it's coming.
Exactly.
I think, and this is processes I think that are very important. If you don't want to, in the end, come up with something and then they say, but this is not what we, and they could have helped you maybe in the beginning.
Yeah, that's true.
So, Lieve, from your side?
Yes, I already said, I think internationally we are bridging disciplines quite clearly. Nationally, when we do the implementation of the navigation, let me call it a service, I'm not sure whether I can call it a service, but the intervention itself, we in each country have set up local stakeholder groups. And in those groups, it's really important not only to have different disciplines, but also different sectors represented, so that we can work intersectorally, because people, when they are, most of the time, all the people with cancer are at home. So they want to be there for as long as possible, surrounded by their loved ones, and hopefully also still do the activities that they love. So navigators go home with clients and try to help them to live like that. So that means you don't only link to a clinic, you also have to link to the community and voluntary support services that are there in your communality, very, very close to where you live.
And can you give examples of, you say, sectors?
When I say sectors, the community sector, the voluntary sector, the social service sector, the healthcare sector, it's all of those sectors that I mean. And a navigator really tries to map that for a specific region. so that it comes close to the client. Often a lot of municipality, you know what I mean? They have a lot of initiatives, but people don't know that they are there. So the people are there to link them to what is out there for them. So I would definitely say we do a lot of transdisciplinary and intersectorial setups. With regard to policymakers, I think it really depends on the institute involved. So I have a rather large institute, and we set up structural meetings across all of our projects with our policymakers, for example, at the Flemish level. So if you have good groups that do that, then you can really be involved with policy. But one project and then doing that I don't think that really works, because it takes too much time for a policymaker to do that with every individual project.
So in fact, what you're saying is that we should aim approaches towards the older population, the cancer, the patients with older persons with cancer are one group, but you include them, but sometimes they have particular demands also. It's not always the same demands. But that's the way you approach it for the moment. And
yeah.
No, but that's good to know, because I know, for example, I'm from Belgium, and the Flemish region, they don't look at cancer in disease specific.
No.
They look more in a broader way. Also in prevention, it's in a broader way, not only for cancer, but in general.
Yeah, I think I learned something, because I think that's a good idea, because for me it was very difficult to include policymakers in the beginning, because exercise is quite a new area. So when I talk to policymakers about, do you want to advise us on a project on exercise and cancer, they said, now we are not so interested in it, because they are interested in medical treatment of cancer patients. So what I think is that we need the data, and now I have the data, and now they are interested. So sometimes it's also the other way around, that you first need, in a new field, that you need data, and then you can involve them. So for me, it's more now the time that I talk to policymakers, and then you have the momentum also to include them in the next steps at the beginning of the next steps, and not only when you finished it. So that is the policymakers. And then about transdisciplinarity, I think for exercise, there is the point that a patient with cancer who is treated and cured, I think there's also the moment that they should do their exercise not in the healthcare system, but just in sport clubs. So what we did in the Netherlands, we developed an education program for gym instructors, that they learn a bit about cancer, about the red flags when they should refer patients, so that patients can go there, and they pay there, of course, then for the gym, but that they get a high quality program, but outside healthcare. So I think that's important as well.
And then before we go to sustainability and the funding, there is another barrier that we talked about it briefly, is data and access to data and the legal aspects to get data sharing, the ethical committee rules, the GDPR rules. So you've been a long time already in this world. Did you see an evolution in that? That it got, because in theory, if you look at the legislation, not much changed. There has been some things that changed, that made more explicit, but it created a big change. And everybody perceives it as a big change for the moment. So in your work, did you perceive such changes, and how do you solve them? So maybe Liv, I see you looking at me, because...
Shall we do that in the afternoon before finishing?
No, we have to.
We have to. I don't know all the details about the changes and the legislations, but I am the receiving end, and I find it much more difficult to get ethical approval for projects. It's really very diverse from country to country. Some take months and months before you get granted, but also getting access to the data you really need. You know they will be used anonymously or pseudonymized, but still to be able to get data, it's very, very difficult. So GDPR, I think it's there to protect, but it's also a big barrier to do research. Yeah.
That's the general opinion. And maybe you can.
Yes, the ethics committee, really the process from preferable to preferable 2 changed a lot. It took us longer time in preferable 2. We get more questions about data protection and so forth, where we thought that it's the same protocol. But now we get all these questions. So that is what we see. We see that you need a contract for a DTA, MTA, for everything. Of course, also we researchers learn. So now in preferable 2, we do more complete contracts so that we save one step. But I think it's really more difficult now, and it would be wonderful if we get to a more easy data sharing policy again.
Yeah, but I think we will learn, because it's a matter also of getting acquainted with the new situation, organizational learning. There's a lot of people that now get a little confused, so we have to solve that. But it's true, it takes more time. That is for sure. But there is also more security towards the privacy of the people. That is also an important element that we should not forget.
But sometimes, sorry that I interrupt, sometimes patients are surprised when I tell them what we need to do to share their data.
No, that is.
And it's true. I agree what you say, but if that means that the data you use are too old, then that becomes a problem. So sometimes when you want to do data linkage between different databases, it takes so much time that by the end that you get the data, your PhD student has already left.
No, but I think...
and has had a contingency plan.
we raise issues that indeed we need, and there I think such a structure like the EUNet CCC, we can set up this structure of data exchange. It's regulated, it's organized, it's clear. So the time, the lag time that you have is much less. And I think, Karina, you have the same...
Yeah, I'm just nodding. So also now me specifically coming from the pediatric cancer field, looking at rare disease. So data sharing is even more relevant. And I mean, we know, and also coming, but this is another box of the Pandora, which I think we don't want to open today, but is on the patient side, the informed consents. That are getting longer and longer and longer, and nobody.
But I think we can open once a discussion on that specifically. No, it's a very important discussion, and because I can tell you we are in plenty of discussions on the informed consent, and there often people are getting mad.
Yeah, it's not helping the patients understand.
No, it's not helping. So we have to work on that. So
Yeah.
that's an action point definitely that we take up in the upcoming.
Yeah, go ahead. Just to add, this will become even more relevant now that we are talking about application of AI in medicine. So, and we don't. I'm sorry. Okay.
Now you open the box of Pandora.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. No, and then last, because we're at the end almost of the session, I want to at least hearing from you. All of you are in research. We had the EBCP, we had the Mission on Cancer, we had Digital Europe, all opportunities to get funding. How is funding running for your institutions in these projects, and how do you see, because everybody's talking about sustainability, what comes next, how do you see that, what could help you? So did it really make a difference? And I think it should, there is more money, but did you open up opportunities, and how do you see the future? So maybe I start with Anne.
I hope that you will
very
start.
Short. We don't have too much time.
Yeah. Now, let me put it like this. I think this European grant was a great opportunity, because I think that with an international RCT you can make more impact as compared to a national RCT. And also what I see, the attention we, for example, received from researchers from the United States was more than I ever have experienced. So I think that impact of European trials is great. Also, you get to know other people in other countries, all high-quality researchers, which also improves your research, because you can add all the quality of all these researchers to your project, which makes your project better. So, having said that, I'm very happy with Preferable. I was very happy to get Preferable 2 so that we can continue our consortium. And so what I hope, of course, is that in 1 or 2 years' time we can continue with a third project, because I think that that it's a successful collaboration.
And your third project, because preferable 1 and 2 are research projects,
Yeah.
clinical trials. Your third project would go to real implementation.
Now, I would say, in parallel, I would like to do implementation, because I think that in Preferable now we focus on research, so we need to add implementation scientists to our consortium for the next step. So that would be for me a parallel step.
A dual path.
Yes.
A combination of the two. Okay,
Yes.
that's
So,
interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Lieve?
Yes, I think our project, EU Navigate, is an intervention that you cannot do unless you want to change something in practice. That's the secret ingredient. You want to change something in practice. So doing an efficacy trial wouldn't work there. You really need to see, can we change something in the practice that benefits clients? So in that sense, it's definitely an implementation project that's evaluated through a pragmatic randomized controlled trial. So sustainability is built in from the beginning, in the sense that are the people that are testing this new intervention by now, because we're now in mid-project, sort of speak, they are being challenged. How will you sustainably implement this? Is it possible? Is it not possible? Is it something that links to your vision of your society? It can be a palliative care association, it can be a primary care network, it can be a hospice. So it really depends, and we will see who is going to go further, how, and who will not. That said, navigation is such a broad concept. You can do it in so many different populations. You can also have navigation in the preventive side, of course. It comes from the States as a concept. It's been implemented there much more than in Europe, also in Canada. So I think in Europe we have lots to learn from these other continents, but still they differ so dramatically when it comes to healthcare systems that it's necessary to do the implementation science first here. So I am hoping some continuity, I would say, in the next calls. In terms of what we hope to achieve. It's not because you do a project of 5 years that you can change everything for everyone in this complex field. Yeah.
But I think it's important to, it's already now that you have to start thinking to the follow-up. You cannot wait till the end, so now we have to start, because your approach is really different. It's really in the field already, so it's something where you also have to discuss with the people, that they don't start with the policymakers, that they don't start saying, you're creating inequalities, in fact, of leveling inequalities. Carina?
Yeah, so also for us, it was unprecedented what we could do with these projects and with these projects for the age group of the childhood, adolescent and young adult cancer patients, never seen before. And the things that we now developed in the last 3 years were toolkits, trainer programs, white papers, policy recommendations, so things that can be replicated and scaled up. We developed them now, and now we need to get the word out. We need to train people to use these things. So, and we are very, very grateful that the Commission decided to give follow-up funding for the European Network of Youth Cancer Survivors. Yeah, so for this we are very, very grateful. And still I would like to echo what Wendy said earlier today, that still for patient organizations to carry the co-funding that still is here is a burden. And so if we look at, I don't know, discussions, brainstormings, how can we close this gap? I think this is, yeah, something that would be good to do also.
Thank you very much. Then I have 57 seconds to close down. So let me, I think what I hear here, the clusters, something that we have to treasure, continue, people see interest in that. I heard a community, transdisciplinarity, real life, getting to real life. The 3 are ready for implementation, very important. So I think we are moving. The plan is moving us towards implementation. I think Lieve also said it. Write it in the calls. Force people to think about implementation. At least if you don't want to have calls on fundamental research, that's another thing. But if it's on policy, make it clear what you want. And then I think also if you have to bring all this together, there are instruments already, and I think it was you, Karina, who mentioned it, the national cancer plans. I think it's important that we have national cancer plans. And there is a project that is supporting that. There is a joint action, Orion, ongoing. We are working on the national cancer plans, and we are also working on the tools to estimate to what member states had as a benefit from the EBCP plan activities. So I think the tools are there, so we can continue. And 20 seconds. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear moderator and also panelists, for this final, very interesting panel discussion indeed as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've almost come to the end, but another point that I wanted to make also on the final session is that one person unfortunately was missing, and that was Sophie Buckingham, who was supposed to tell a little bit more about job retention and return to work, which is a very important component of the final panel discussion as well. But you can find more information on job retention and return to work for cancer and the specific project that she took on the website of HaDEA. And also Sushma from HaDEA is the project manager. If you would have any questions about this topic, she's more than happy to help you out, and you can easily approach her. Okay, thank you, Sushma. Very much appreciated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked by the organization to do a wrap-up of today. So what I'm going to do now is I'm trying to put 7 hours in 7 minutes, yeah? So just bear with me for a couple of minutes. Well, starting with panel 1, I think we had a very good policy overview, really zooming into the EU beating cancer plan, but also the cancer mission. What really stood out in that sense is that we have seen, unfortunately, that the numbers of cancer cases are on the upward trend, which of course is not good. And therefore, momentum is really needed time and time again to have policy and funds to beat cancer. And I think that was definitely a red thread through all the kind of different panel discussions that we had today. Funding is a very important component. Without funding, you can make as many policies and programs as possible, but it still is very much key. Also, collaboration between national member states, between regions, coming together with a strong political call to make a change anchored in policy. And that is also what defines, for example, the mission on cancer. And with that, one can create real impact. And that is what is needed exactly. Then we should not just focus on the science. That's only part and parcel of what needs to be done to be able to ensure that really what has been done on the research part also ends up in the end by implementation with concrete benefits for the patient. So in that sense, we need science, but also society at large and a very broad involvement. And well, we need to be able to transfer knowledge into practice as well, not just turning money into knowledge, but also turning the knowledge then into practical implementations. Interventions and interactions are needed. And interaction is taking place, as we've witnessed today, on the EU level, but we see there's also a lot of interaction on the international level. And there are a lot of synergies also being created between the different projects globally and what's also being funded and supported on the EU level. Then we came to registries. It's all about data, isn't it? We do need data, and data need to be protected. And with that, the European Commission also launched an action plan on cybersecurity within hospitals and healthcare providers. I think that really provides a very good basis. And the registries are really a tool also for countries to assess their weaknesses, but also their strength, and to really focus on cancer data, not just focusing on the elderly, but also on youth and childhood cases. Panel number 2 was about screening, about prevention and early detection. We heard about the importance of HPV vaccination because it can bring hope and it can really reduce the cancer risk. Screening practices across Europe, however, are not equally implemented, so that needs to be improved. And we've learned that the European Code of Cancer is a very important tool, and that we need to bring together, of course, health, digital, and technology. And we've seen already in panel 2 also the power of using mobile apps in a very wise way. And with the technology at hand, it's also very easy to make translations so that every patient can have the information in their own languages as well. Then we need infrastructures. Data is one thing, but we need the infrastructures to make sure that the data can also be brought to other places. And therefore, we need to transfer data with low latency, because usually when we look at the topic of cancer, the data files are pretty heavy. So we need to find ways to do that. And we've learned we need to do a lot of work for awareness creation. There might be an understanding on EU level, okay, we think this is an important project, but in the end, people on grassroots level really need to understand what's happening. And one needs to find a plan to communicate well, for example, with youngsters or with the elderly. Every age group, every target group, every disease group has a different kind of approach. And therefore, we've learned a lot about a couple of keywords: transdisciplinarity, co-creation, co-production, and also co-design. And of course, challenges remain. Access to basic services, something where we learned that is something that we should not take for granted, that in comparison to other countries beyond Europe, we can be pretty happy with the way everything has been organized already in the European Union. Data gaps, however, need to be overcome. Funding has been mentioned as well, and we need to remove the stigma. We can have a discussion about delicate topics such as cancer, as we have witnessed today. Then, legal frameworks for data collection and for sending invitations, and collaborations across sectors is very much needed, and again, creating those kind of synergies. Panel number 3 really discussed also the diagnosis and treatment components. The goal is really from a comprehensive cancer center approach to have at least 100 plus CCCs across Europe, so a very ambitious goal. We've also learned about the power of AI tools, not just in relationship to lung cancer, because what we found out, if you have a good technology, it can also be implemented across the board to other applications, not just lung cancer, but any kind of cancer form as well. And technology is there to really provide for better diagnosis. Research with medical imaging has been proposed as well, where we can learn what needs to be done and what is actually happening inside your body, and this needs to be normalized. It's an infrastructure which is much needed. Regarding AI, again, of course we need to have all the data available, but the only data available that really count is of course quality data. Not every data input is the correct input to be used, so the quality data. And in the end, we need to find tools that also can be scaled across the board to all kinds of cancers. We need those synergies. I think panel 3 in that sense was a little bit like a corporation, a business model. Everyone wants to collaborate with the CCC, so I think that's a very positive approach that we've witnessed. And solutions are great. We need to scale up. And again, here it was raised to have sustainable funding and find ways like today to collaborate with each other, to reach out to each other, to organize webinars, seminars, even summer schools were mentioned as well, that we just can gather, collect all the information, because there's so much knowledge out there that we need to monetize on and to make sure that we can improve the health of people around us. And then finally, panel 4 was all about going from hope to action, to really focus on the quality of life by, for example, developing toolkits, guidelines, knowledge hubs, and to focus on clients or people, as you wish, and to really navigate them how to get access to support and treatments. Exercise is a very powerful tool, something that has been overlooked a lot. So we urge you, even if you're not suffering from anything, and especially then, do your exercise, very important. And we've also seen that long-term care is really lacking the considerable attention that it really needs to have. And the effectiveness of it needs to be improved in order to really create impact. Cost effectiveness analysis need to be done also to convince policymakers that a change needs to be coming about. And social impact, ladies and gentlemen, is completely different from technological or economic impact. There needs to be more focus on this social impact of things as well. And also here, national funding was mentioned. Data need to be used and be seen as an enabler instead of as a showstopper. And we've witnessed many projects, and one other one I would like to mention as well is the ECHOS project, which is all about promotion of national mission cancer hubs that should be created as well. So I think we covered a lot of ground today. Whew. I hope this is to your liking. And before then, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand it over to Marina for the final words, I would just like to thank a couple of people. First of all, a round of applause to our technicians. Please give them a big hand. Thanks. Of course, a big thank you to you as audience. Without you, we wouldn't have had this event. And finally, please put your hands up, the people from HaDEA. Exactly. And also, CISO Forma, I would like to thank you as well for the great collaboration that we had together. So thanks to them as well. You see, this is all exercise as well. I'm helping you, exactly. So that is enough from my side for today. It was a blast having you. And now for the final words, I would like to hand over to Marina. There you go. Please give a big hand.
That's really for you, not for me. So I promise I will be extremely short because the drinks are outside waiting for us. Sorry for the people connected online. Next time we will try to improve this aspect. I just wanted, because everything has been said, a lot has been said, and a very important concept we tackle. Just a couple of concepts I would like to underline. The first one is communication. Why do I talk about communication? Because we have seen in the panels, we have seen in the discussions, we are doing great things thanks to the EU programs. But we need to reach out. These programs, these projects are excellent, are outstanding. And I think they really deserve to be known in the outside world. That's why this kind of event where we communicate with us, but also outside, for me, they're fundamental. And I really hope this is just the first of a series of events of this kind. I'm a fan of synergies, personal, as Marina. And my colleagues in HaDEA, they know. We have done a lot internally in HaDEA because we have been delegated to several programs. And in many cases, they have the same objectives and they are working for, we demonstrated today the very important goal, which is beating cancer. And today is a Cancer Day. So working in synergetic, when I said at the beginning in my word that alone, thinking in silos, that doesn't help at all, I really meant it. And today I was particularly and personally happy to hear that almost in all the panels, everybody was mentioning the importance of working in synergetic way. And I hope that with this event, you had also the occasion to know each other. The drinks will happen soon, and they will help as well, and to discover what your neighbor is doing and to work much more in synergetic, because what we need now is to have a leverage of what we are doing. You were mentioning the good things we are doing, but we need to leverage, to reach out, and to have a stronger impact, because hope, I mentioned in my beginning, it's really existing, is a fact, and we make it possible to beat cancer. So allowed me just before finishing to repeat some of the thanks. Thank you to my colleagues, and in particular to you, Charlotte. You have been an excellent master of ceremony, and I really congratulate you. 7 hours, very well summarized in 7 minutes, and very, very clear. But I would like, and I hope I don't forget anybody, to thank all the speakers, all the moderators, and all the colleagues of the Commission services who participated in this event and who made it possible. A particular warm thanks to the testimonials. I think with your story, you were extremely courageous to share these difficulties at this important part of your life, and you touched all us with your story. So a particular personal, and all HaDEA is thanking for this excellent sharing with us. And thank you to all the participants online as well, present, because you're not just a spectator. This is not like in a movie that you just look what is happening, but you are outside the scene. You are part of the scene. We are working all together. They know that out you're doing everything possible to beat cancer.